Good evening. The time is 5:05. The Warwick Finance Committee is now open for business. May I have a motion to acceptance of the minutes of the meeting held on December 5th?
Move to accept. Second.
Thank you. May I have, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. PCR 145-22. The first item for the bid package is bid 2023-300, State of Rhode Island Vehicle Repairs. Good evening. Please identify your name, department, and title. Thank you.
Good evening. Christy Moretti, Business Manager, Public Works.
Thank you.
Public Works is requesting to piggyback the state bid for vehicle repairs with 8 vendors that they have on their bid. This would benefit our department as far as vehicles that we need to send out that can't be repaired in-house, with the exception of the fire department. That's a separate bid. We are requesting an amount of $300,000, and the bid will not expire until June 30th, 2025.
Thank you. Just one moment. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of Councilwoman Travis?
Hi, Chrissy.
Hi.
I know it says here that the mechanics, they can't do the repairs.
There are.
How come?
It's not that they can't do repairs. There are certain things that they can't do, either because we don't have the equipment, we may not have the software, or we have so much other stuff going on. It makes more sense for us to send something out for a repair, particularly like if we have a sanitation vehicle and sometimes they go into something that's called D-rate, but if they can't fix it, then we need to send it to the dealer because they need to put it on their computer because we don't have that software. So it's stuff like that. Mostly, it's not. Our mechanics are very busy.
Okay, because I seen it in here and a couple times, and I was just curious, because this way, does it cost more money? It's costing us more because we send it out?
It will cost, labor and parts, but this is the type of thing where it's up to the automotive chief to make that call as to whether or not the vehicle goes out for repair or we do it in-house. I'd say 95% of the time we do it in-house.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Christy.
Hi.
So are you looking for 300,000, right, for this bid and the other?
The one following, yes.
Was this the last contract you had for this, or the last bid you had for this, was that for 200,000?
I've never used this before. This is the first time we've requested to piggyback this bid.
First time you... So 65,314, that's a current number, right? That's a
Correct.
current, yeah.
It's a budget code, yes.
So in that budget code, you had 200,000 in there last year, or this year, I should say. And that is for what?
That is for outside repairs. So anything we need to send out, spring repairs, transmissions, large scale things
Like this,
like this. Yes.
like you're talking about now. So you're looking for an additional 300,000 on top of that?
I'm not looking for any spending. I'm not looking for any additional funds in the budget code. This is the 300,000 is a cap on a bid that doesn't expire until June 30th, 2025.
But you're still asking for an additional 300,000?
Not in the budget code.
Not in that budget
I'm
code?
looking for spending authority for 2 years for $300,000 shared between 2 bids, between this one and the one that follows it.
In what budget
I'm not
code?
asking the council for $300,000 more in 65,314.
What budget code is it coming from then?
65,314. So if I have to send a sanitation vehicle out under this bid for a repair, I pay it out of 65,314. But it doesn't mean that I need $300,000 in the budget for, it spans 2.5 fiscal years.
Okay, so right now in 65,314, you have about approximately 139,000 left in that budget code right now. And you're looking to span this out over 2+ years.
This request for this bid does not expire until June 30th, 2025. We're in 2022.
Yeah, I know where we are. And I still know that you're requesting a cap is 300,000. That's what you're requesting for a cap.
Until June of 2025, yes.
Right. So what's your plan for breaking this out between now and 2025, considering you still got 139,000 in that account?
I honestly can't answer that question. It depends on what happens to the vehicles. I mean, I have no idea. We could have something go down 6 months from now. We could have something go down a year from now. We could have something go down tomorrow. It's so we can make sure that our vehicles are being repaired. If our mechanics can't do it in-house, this is so they can be repaired outside and get our vehicles back into service.
Okay, so you have $139,000 left in that account, including the encumbrances. You got
Correct.
139 grand left now.
Correct.
139,000 can do a lot of repairs. Why are we expected, or why are you asking us to give you additional spending authority over 3 years? Why not just finish out this fiscal year and come before us for next fiscal year?
This bid runs concurrent with the state bid. The state bid expires June 30th, 2025, and that's what the department's requesting.
So it expires in 2025. Wonderful. Why do you need spending authority for 2.5 years? Why not just come to us for an additional 100,000, which will give you 239,000 over the next year? That's what I'm asking. Why do we need to go on the hook to give you spending authority up to $300,000 for 2.5 years?
That's the request the department is making.
I know it's the request of the department. I'm asking you, why are you making the request?
Because it will run concurrent with the state bid that expires June 30th, 2025. The department is requesting to piggyback the bid for the same timeframe.
So are you saying that if you only request $100,000 for the remainder of this year, in addition to the 139 you're still sitting on, that in July, you can't come back and ask for another 100,000? The contract's good for 2025, right?
I'm not asking for more money in the budget code. All I'm asking for is a cap on a bid that expires in 2025. Whatever we have in our budget code is what we work with. If I need to transfer money in, we do that. But I could have a truck go down tomorrow and it could cost us $50,000 to get it fixed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the nature of the beast of what we do. It's not, we're not trying to circumvent any sort of process. We are doing exactly what we're supposed to. And we are making a request for $300,000 to piggyback the state bid that expires June 30th, 2025.
And this is all going to be coming out of 65,314.
Yes.
So if you have some monumental breakdown right now that cost you $150,000 to get it fixed, you don't have the $150,000 in 65,314.
Correct.
So that's why you're asking to increase the spending authority?
We've never used this bid before. I'm not asking for anything that I had previously. I'm not asking for money in a budget code. I'm asking to be able to send a vehicle out for the next 2.5 years with a $300,000 cap. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not asking this council for any more money in our budget. That's not what this is about.
Okay.
We just want to be able to get our vehicles fixed, and that's highway sanitation primarily. We do field maintenance, we do Transwick, we do water, we do sewer. So it's not just the Department of Public Works vehicles that need attention. So if there's something that we can't do, we need to be able to send it out. We can't send it out if it's going to cost us $7,000 and then we have to wait for council approval for $7,000, which is the reason we're asking for this bid.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Bid 2023-301, State of Rhode Island Automotive and Truck Repairs Heavy Trucks. Good evening. Just again, your name and title. Thank you.
Christy Moretti, Business Manager. This, again, is to piggyback a state bid for truck repairs. This is for heavy trucks. So the first one was for GVW up to 26,000. This request is for trucks over 26,000 pounds. It's the same cap. It will share the same cap with the previous bid. We're asking for $300,000. That's between the two bids, not $300,000 per bid. It's a collective cap, just like we do with our parts.
And again, writing on a state contract that's already been put out.
Yes.
Using the power of the state bid and the power of the fleet of the state.
Yes, expires June 30th, 2025 as well.
The same, okay. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Bid 2023-251, purchase a 2023 or newer Chevrolet 3500 HD. Once again, name and title. Thank you.
Christy Moretti, Business Manager, Public Works. This request is actually for the Water Department. It's to purchase 3 pickup trucks, Chevy 3500. It's a straight pickup truck with a plow package. They will be purchasing 3 of them in the amount of $203,244.
Thank you. And you said this is for the water department,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman Foley.
No, it's not a question. Chrissy, could you do me a favor? My hearing isn't what it used to be. Either pull the mic a little closer when you speak. Luckily, I can follow you, but it's getting difficult at times.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilman Gebhardt.
Hi, Christy.
Hi.
I am looking at the fiscal year 23 special and capital budget for ARPA funds. Are these the 3 utility pickups that we've already approved in the budget?
No, these are coming from 84,799, which is their, the Water Department's capital improvements budget.
Okay, got it. And these were anticipated in the budget process?
I'm not sure. They were approved for us to go out to bid to purchase, obviously, depending on how much they were. The Water Department has plenty of funds to cover this purchase. And it will certainly come snow season. I mean, these trucks are also year out, so it's going to take us a little bit to get them.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Christy.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw. Yes, sir.
So Christy, why do we need 3 trucks?
I'm going to defer to the water chief for that answer.
Good evening. Terry DiPetrillo, Chief of the Water Division. Councilman, the reason for the 3 trucks is to keep our fleet. I compare ourselves to the fire department, police department. These are frontline vehicles. So we must maintain our fleet. We have 3 transits that currently used by meter readers. They have just under 100,000 miles on them now. The thought process behind buying 3 pickups or plows to replace these meter reader vans is if we're going to buy a vehicle, why not multi-purpose it? So let's buy a vehicle that we can use it in the winter for a snowplow operation. So instead of buying 3 new vans, let's buy a pickup with a plow.
And have your staff plowed before?
Absolutely, yes. Yep. Yeah, we assist the highway department in every snowplow operation. Absolutely.
And I think Christie said you have the money in your budget now for these?
That's correct. So if you look at our capital improvement budget, we have a capital improvement plan over the next 6 fiscal years, and that's part of that plan.
Over the next how many years?
6 to 7 years, I believe. Whether it's vehicles, anything capital improvement, water main repairs, water main replacement, we do have a plan in place over the next 7 years.
I notice other departments are also here this evening for vehicles, and they're getting their funding through some of the opera grants. Why can't these 3 trucks go through that?
Well, the water department is an enterprise fund, and we plan for this in our budget ahead of time. ARPA funds could be better used in other places where we can actually take care of ourselves. Let those ARPA funds, where you don't have to dip into the general budget, we don't have to, we just use a revenue from our enterprise fund.
Ultimately, the taxpayers are paying for it, though.
That's the ratepayers.
Ratepayers.
Right, correct.
Customers.
But we haven't increased the water bills in 7 years. So, fiscally, we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions for members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next bid is 2023-245, copier equipment, service and maintenance. This is found on page 27. Please identify yourself, Director, with your name and department and title.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. A number of years ago, we made a decision to terminate our service contract on copiers and just do time and material. We went out to bid, and that was awarded to A1 Copiers. That was extremely cost effective when we first started, but as the copiers have aged, we're running into, number one, more service situations, and of those service situations, more of them are to the point where they can't be repaired, and we've actually had to start to make decisions on replacing them. So under that rule, guise, we decided to go out to bid, and it was a fairly complex process. If you can imagine the way they sell copiers, rolling the price into the monthly lease, cost per copy, what's included, how often they pool the copies together. So the only way we really could approach it was, number one decision we made was, rather than rolling the cost of the copier into the monthly charge, we decided to use ARPA funding. One of the benefits of this is, if you think about it, when the copier company comes to you, it's much like the old cell phone model. They take the cost of the copier, they divide it by the useful life, usually about 3 years, and then you use it for 3 years, you're paying for the copier. What they don't do is lower the monthly cost once you hit the 4th year, 5th year. So as you try to extend the copier's life and get more use out of it, you're paying for more and more of a copier that you've already bought. So taking that cost, putting it into the ARPA funds, takes that piece of the cost equation away from the taxpayers, and all we would be doing is paying maintenance. Then to try to get all of the copier companies to give us a bid that we could compare apples to apples, we set 3-tier, a low-end copier, average copier, and a high-end copier. We set number of copies. These are all just arbitrary choices we made so we could get a comparison. It doesn't really reflect exactly what we do in copies in any particular department. And we went out to bid. So when we got them back, it's a little deceiving. The actual low bidder for the majority of the copiers was Innovex, and that's who we would like to award it to. However, there are 2 other companies we would like to also include in this. The first is Axion. As I put in my position letter, Axion offers a very unique copier. It's a desktop, which we use in MIS actually. We have one that we purchased. It does all the multifunctional stuff, scan, copy, print, everything you can imagine. But they offer that, a brother version of it, for $39 a month. That $39 includes the cost of the copier, the cost of maintenance, and the cost of supplies. The ones we purchase right now, which are HPs, run about $750. They have a useful life of about 3 years, and supplies run you anywhere from $200, maybe $300 a year, plus the maintenance on it. The $39 is just, it's too good a deal to pass up. We certainly wanted to try it. For those that are low-end needs, we can get away from not having to buy a $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $6,000 copier. And then for Aztec, it's just simply trying to get ourselves a subsequent supplier. They were next in line for low bidder. They would only be used if we were having an issue with getting the right type of copier for a particular situation. We would still focus on the Innovex for the low bid to buy whatever we could. And then finally, I just want to mention that we are going to continue to use A1 Copier, who was the winner of the time and material service bid for the older copiers. Our intention is not to do what we did last time, and that's replace every copier in the place. In my vision, I would like to see these turn into something like personal computers, where we're turning over an inventory every 3, 4, 5 years, so that we're never coming back and saying, geez, we have this large expenditure we have to make across the city for all the copiers. We should be replacing them in groups so it's more manageable and we can predict the cash flow going out. So this is a 3-year request, and we would just spend the money over those 3 years as needed as copiers are not functioning. That's about it. I answer any questions you might have.
Director, I'd like to say, first of all, thank you. I can tell you, and I will allow if he chooses so, the council president and my former finance committee colleagues, the council president, Councilman Lattiser, this was a nightmare we went through some years ago when it came to these printers and the contracts. And one of the frustrating things I know that was brought up was we were told, oh, well, it's kind of like a lease program, but the price never, the service. And you went further on that when you and I met to discuss this bid, where let's say if they charge $125 and they say, well, that's for the warranty and for the cost of the copier, it could go 7 years and it's still going to be, that $125 or $200 a month. So the copier is well paid off, the service is minimal, and we're still paying that price. So the fact that you divided this up is truly, I truly appreciate it. You came in this is my opinion. I will open up to the committee and to the council, but you came in with a real good plan. You really dissected it, and I appreciate what you did because it does save in the long run, but also it keeps the functionality going of what we need and what the city needs. So thank you. The detail is, and I also want to identify that you did go in, again, frustration, you did go in and there's quite a few vendors. So we appreciate that. With that said, I'd like to see if there's any comment from members of the committee. Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Director. I just echo what the chairman said in terms of the process and the detail that you provided us. My question just off to the side, but with the consolidation of offices over at the Sawtooth, have you had any reduction in need for copiers or devices with less buildings? And
Unfortunately, no. My original thought in the design, which just didn't come to fruition, was to put in copier centers. Space just didn't allow it. The copier center would allow, you're never going to really be able to reduce the lower end stuff. That's the normal day-to-day. Once again, MIS led the way. We bought the HP small one, gave up our bigger Xerox copier, and it works fine. So we can lower costs that way, try to push it down. Where we run into trouble are there's certain departments, purchasing, finance, treasury, the clerk's office, assessors. These folks just do such large volumes of copies. The thought was if we could really get a copy center and spend beaucoup bucks, get the ones that make book, the ones that would really be a copier center grade. But like I said, the cost, it probably benefits, but we weren't able to do it in the size constraints that we had in the building. So reductions, we've reduced a couple because I haven't been replacing them, even though they're broken. So some folks are walking across the hallway, and we'll try to leverage that when we replace them. But that's about the best we can do.
great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. So I actually have a lot of things to talk about regarding this bid, but fortunately, the chairman's already addressed it all. So I appreciate that, Chairman. You're right. This was an incredible nightmare. We had copiers we didn't need. We had copiers we didn't want. We had copiers we couldn't find, and just some huge bills. This, if I read this correctly, this purchase of $125,000 is going to come out of opera funds?
Yes.
I'm done, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Item number 5 is bid 2023-304. This is found on page 36 in your bid package. Good evening, Major. Please identify your name, rank, and
Good evening,
Department.
Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you.
The Police Department is seeking a 56-6 exception to bid to purchase 2 Ford F-150 responder vehicles. One of the Ford F-150 responder vehicles would be a 2022 model year and would be purchased from McGovern Municipal HQ through the Greater Boston Police Council Collective Purchasing Agreement for a price of $55,953.75. This vehicle would be assigned to our community policing unit. The other F-150 responder vehicle would be a 2023 model year and would be purchased from Colonial Municipal Group, also under the Greater Boston Police Council Collective Purchasing Agreement. The price for the second vehicle is $64,231.05. This vehicle would be assigned to our traffic division. The total amount for both vehicles would be $120,184.80. The purchase of these vehicles is part of our FY23 vehicle purchase plan. If approved, this purchase would be funded utilizing approved ARPA funds, budget code 5100400.
Thank you, Major. I saw a hand. Councilman Foley.
When do you anticipate, if it gets approved tonight, when do you anticipate getting those vehicles?
As far as I'm aware, the 2022 model was to be built in December, this current month. I don't know the exact status of that right now. And the other one would be pushed out a little bit further because it's a 2023 model year. So hopefully by late winter, early spring.
Thank you.
When you say late winter, early spring, you mean for the 2023 model? Because I know the 2023 is already out. Late winter this winter?
Yes, sir.
That's a pandemic
Just regarding
question.
the 23 model year.
If there was ever a pandemic question, there it is. So this winter or next winter, right? Okay, great. That's good to hear. Thank you. Questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Good evening, Major.
Good evening.
Can you just elaborate a little more on what, I know what a Ford F-150 is, but a responder vehicle or vehicles? Could you expound on that a little bit more?
Yes, sir. The past few years, departments across the country have adopted the idea of a Ford F-150 police package vehicle. This is a product that's put out by Ford, obviously. It's just the concept has a lot of useful benefit to it. It's used currently by the state police. They use it for their commercial vehicle enforcement unit, and other departments across the country use it for various purposes. So one would be assigned to our community policing unit, and it'd be useful in all their functions to include carrying any number of things that they normally do, to include toy drives, community functions, supplies, pulling marker board trailers, pulling trailer for that little all-terrain vehicle we have, and so on. The traffic one would be used for accident reconstruction equipment. It would also house the equipment all in this one vehicle, so it would be ready to go all the time. And it would also double as the commercial enforcement vehicle, which we have several officers that are certified in that go out and do that type of work.
It would also, you could use that for pulling, I refer to it as the speed sled, but that speed limit flashy thing.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
types of
That and
things.
any other, the traffic trailer that has a bunch of cones and soft barriers in it.
Further down in your position paper, you say that we are confident the quoted prices for the two vehicles under the Greater Boston Council cooperative bid are an exceptional value. How did you draw that conclusion that they were an exceptional value?
So that's opposed to going out to a traditional bid because we feel the price would be higher. We did not, obviously, but this collective bidding purchase agreement through Massachusetts has always proven to be of good quality from our experience.
So I assume that you've, on your own, done some research and comparative pricing on these vehicles or type of vehicle?
The general pricing is that we've seen through this bid in out of Boston has been advantageous for us, especially for the timeliness of the vehicles that we purchased so far. Not necessarily these two, but the few recent ones we purchased have been more timely than we would get through a conventional bid.
And you go on to say the purchase of these vehicles will be part of our fiscal year 2023 vehicle purchase plan. What specifically is your vehicle purchase plan for fiscal year 2023?
So we had $641,000 approved by the administration through ARPA for the purchase of our vehicles during the fiscal year of 23. So this would, I have one more on the docket tonight, and that would basically close out that purchasing package for that, for the FY23.
And these vehicles are coming out of opera funds as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that, Major. Thank you, Chairman. I'm good with that.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any further questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Well, before I close, Major, thank you, but I also want to say, hearing that these are going to be used for the community police, I can tell you, community policing in this city is, I've had great experience with it, and I'm very appreciative about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Bid 2023-162, purchase a 2023 Chevrolet 350 HD with plow package, dump body, or equivalent. This is found on page 43 of your bid package. Good evening.
Good evening.
Once again.
Christy Moretti, Public Works Business Manager. This request is to purchase a 2023 Chevrolet 3500 HD with, it's a small 1-ton dump, so it has a dump body and it comes with a plow package. 3 of these vehicles were purchased and delivered to Public Works last week. the vendor has one additional vehicle that they offer to us for the same price. The water department would like to purchase it. So we are making the request to alter the contract to purchase the fourth vehicle that's available. As we know, vehicles are in high demand and short supply. So this will be another good addition to the fleet in the amount of, it's $82,729.
Thank you. There we go. I lost my spot. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Christy, thank you. It's great that they're taking advantage of that pricing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bid 2023-289, IMC software support. This is found on page 54 in your bid package. Director, please identify your name, department, and title.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request under City Ordinance 56-6 sole source to award TriTech Software Systems renewal, maintenance, and technical support in the amount of $58,435.93. Succinctly, this is the police department's enterprise system. It just covers all the software basically they do to run the police department. There's listed in the letters, listed the different aspects of it. Each year we go out to it. This is a little bit late. It would run from January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2023. For whatever reason, this company is always reticent to provide us with a quote for us in a timely fashion to be able to get here. So I do apologize about it not being here a little bit sooner.
Thank you, Director. So you explained that the contract expires, but they didn't actually come back with a quote for what we could bid on until recently, and that's why it's coming. Okay.
And they understand that there will be no lapse in service.
Sure.
They understand that it'll take a couple weeks into January before they actually get paid.
Excellent. So there'll be no interruption, as you said, concerning the police department. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you so much, Director. The eighth bid item is bid 2023-302, Chevrolet Silverado 2500 HD four-wheel drive double cab. This is found on page 59. Good evening, Major.
Good evening, Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you.
The Police Department is seeking a 56-6 exception to bid to purchase one new 2023 Chevy Silverado 2500 four-wheel drive double cab vehicle. The price of the vehicle is $51,773.63 and would be purchased from Colonial Municipal Group under the Massachusetts Operational Services Division statewide contract. This vehicle will be utilized by the Police Garage Maintenance Division for all aspects of their duties to include snow plowing, roadside emergency response for police vehicles, trailering of necessary police equipment, and many other related tasks. If approved, this purchase would be funded utilizing pre-approved ARPA funds, budget code 510-0400.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I missed. You said it would be used by the police for what purposes? I apologize.
It'd be assigned to our police maintenance garage.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. Councilman Gebhardt.
Just briefly, Major, you mentioned earlier that there was a second bid that would essentially exhaust your vehicle replacement budget for this year out of the ARPA funds. This is that second bid.
This basically, there's a little bit left over, but this, as of now, we have nothing else on the burner right now. This is basically effectively wipe out the ARPA funds.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Major, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time where I will ask members of the committee, members of the council, and members of the public to go ahead and, if they request an item is pulled from the budget that hasn't been discussed already, these are the items that are $50,000 below or below for purchase. I would like to, per request of the department, I would request that bid 2023-288, food and paper products, found on page 105, is pulled for discussion. Are there any other items members of the council and members of the committee would like to pull for discussion? Councilman Foley.
Item 19, 2023, 316.
Ward 1, Councilman Foley is requesting that item number 19, bid 2023-316, repairs to W16. That is found on page 136, is pulled from for discussion. Are there any other items members of the committee would like to discuss? Okay, thank you. Are there any items from the consent calendar that members of the council would like to discuss? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Item number 12, 2023-288, found on page 105.
I pulled that one,
You
sir.
pulled that one already?
Yes, I
Okay.
did.
Item 2023, I think someone pulled 2023-288 as well.
The food and paper products? That's the one I pulled.
This one, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
2023-308.
State of Rhode Island, automated external defibrillators and AED equipment. I'm not going to try to say that again. Found on page 110.
Item number 14, 2023-309, entry-level firefighter written exams on page 114.
Yes, sir.
Item 15, 2023-299, remove and replace hanging systems found on page 117.
Yes, sir.
Item number 16, 2023-298, reinstall unit at McDermott Pool found on page 120.
Yes, sir.
And item number 17, 2023-297, found on page 123.
Yes, sir. Are there any other items that members of the council would like to discuss? The requests, I'll just go through it quickly. Bid 12, which is item 12, which is bid 2023-288, is I requested to pull for discussion. And Councilman Lattiser requested items 13 through 17 to be pulled for discussion. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I'm getting there. I'm sorry. She just wanted to catch up. If there's any items that members of the public would like to have pulled from the bid package for discussion, are there any items members of the public would like to discuss from the bid package? Thank you. So we'll start with item number 12. We'll go in order. Found on page 105, that is bid 2023-288, food and paper products. There will be an amendment, is my understanding, per request of the department. So before we begin, if I may have a PCR. 147-22. Please identify yourself, title, and department.
Good evening. I'm Meg Underwood. I'm the Director of Senior Services. The amendment we are making or asking the council to allow us to do is to make this a 12-month bid. Historically, food companies are not keen on a 12-month bid because of the fluctuating food prices. However, in this case, Delana, who is the recommended vendor and who was by far the more affordable vendor, has agreed to do a 12-month bid. So I would like to make that for 12 months. My concern is, and something that we did not discuss earlier, is that also means that the bid amount has to be increased. And Lynn, I don't know if that means I have to rebid or if I can ask for an amendment of the amount of the bid.
Do you want to ask the purchasing department? May I have the purchasing director come up? And again, please identify your name, department, and title.
Francis Gomez, purchasing agent from the purchasing division. So what happened with this bid was that at first, the coding that we received, we were told that it was incorrect. So with that being said, instead of the 47-209, we scratched that and then we were just using 362-0400. My recommendation was to amend this bid with the extension for, instead of 6 months, to 1 year, since, like she said, with the food prices fluctuating, you can't really get that promise from any vendor. And also, we need to check to see how much money she has in that budget, because she just requested $7,300. So, and once we check how much she has in that budget, we can come back with the 612 for a request for an increase of whatever she may need.
So numerous questions. The first question is the budget code 362-0400 is a police department auto and vehicle maintenance. It's identified as such.
Yes, that is identified as such, but that was a clerical error through the purchasing department. On the letter from the senior center, it is actually correct on there, which is senior center purchases gift shop, which is actually a revenue generating budget confirmed by finance.
So if I may ask, would it be, there's a lot going on here and there seems to be a lot, would it be, and I will put the question out to the members of the council and the public, would it be smart to go ahead and maybe, instead of putting it, like, resubmit this with all the corrections? It seems like there's just way too many mistakes on this. Would that be like, so I'll open it up before you answer, but that would be my preference, I think.
Can you please clarify what you mean? Resubmit it to a different council meeting?
That's what would be my, that would be my, but I'm going to open it up to the rest of the council. If
I can
they're-
agree with that, because the bid didn't go out with a budget in mind or anything like that. It was more for
Yeah.
pricing, and the vendor that she chose recommending is the one that she wants to go with, and it does have lower pricing. So
Okay.
I can go with, yes, I can agree with that.
Right, so we have the correct budget codes, we can verify that the munis has the right amount in it with the correct budget code. So that would be so I'm going to open it up to questions, but that would be my request, and you just stated on the microphone that would be fine also, so.
Yes.
Members of the committee? Members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I concur with what you said completely. Actually, I was going to be going there because there's just too many errors in this thing.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you. And any further members of the council? Any members of the public? Members of the public? So solicitor, just a quick question. Are we required to request this withdrawn, or do we just?
Per the conversation, it seemed like your interest was to hold it to make sure that all the clarifications of an amendment, whether it's in timeline or in the coding or descriptions, it sounds like you could hold it to the January 4th meeting and then address the item individually at that time, if that's the pleasure of the committee and the council.
Thank you. So it can be held as the bid number it is, and then just resubmitted with all the corrected information, but we will put a PCR to it because it is being held.
Yeah, per my understanding, it sounded like you wanted to make sure there was enough time that all the technical amendments need to be made, and that can be addressed at the next formal meeting of the council, which is January 4th.
Thank you so much, solicitor. So that'll be so we have a PCR on it. I requested a PCR. So my recommendation, so this clarification with the body, is that we hold this until January 4th, and by then you can resubmit the bid package with all the corrections.
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. And because I put that out there and we're all clear, thank you. So may I have I'm going to put forward a motion to hold formerly bid 2023-288 food and paper products, now PCR 147-22, till January 4th.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And for the record, January 4th, 2023.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in that. The next item for discussion is bid 2023-308, State of Rhode Island Automated External Defibrillators and AED Equipment, requested by Councilman Lattisaur. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Chief, in your position paper, you said purchases.
Sorry, Councilman, I apologize. I should have done this first. I apologize. Chief, please identify your name, title, and department.
Assistant Chief Jason Umbenhauer, Fire Department.
Thank you, Councilman. You may.
Thank you, thank you. You say in your position paper, purchases made under this agreement will be used to replace aging automatic external defibrillators. How old is aging?
So these defibrillators that we're currently using on our frontline apparatus were purchased in 2015. So these are coming up on 8 years old. And Stryker's, almost all of Stryker's product, including their AEDs, the recommended replacement service life is 8 years. So they're right on their service life ending.
And okay, that answers my next question, what does it mean when you say near end of service life? So what happens to these those hot pumper things, what happens to them now that they've reached the end of their service life?
We're actually, in the position paper, we're actually going to trade them back into Stryker. They're actually going to give us some dollar value for those AEDs that were turned into them. They don't really use them for anything. They use it as a sales tool. They're probably just going to destroy them to make sure they're not being used past their service life. So they do give us a $300 credit for each one that we turn back into them.
Just because you said something, this may be a crazy question, but when you do training with these defibrillators, do you use an actual defibrillator?
Yeah, we use an actual defibrillator. We have equipment that's specifically designed to take a full current from a defibrillator. It basically just it's a box with resistors in it that attenuates that charge.
Would those, or some of those items that are reaching the end of their service life, would they serve a purpose to you in terms of training rather than using a new machine?
No, because you want to train on the actual AEDs. The AEDs from different manufacturers are vastly different. We're not talking about the public access defibrillators that you would see at public buildings that are very simple and 1, 2, 3 buttons. These are more complicated for our advanced providers. So you want them training on the exact model that they're going to be using on a real person.
So these new items, they're more sophisticated, essentially a different type of a product than what you're using at the time?
Yeah, we're definitely, the technology advances over the 8 years is significant, yes.
Good. Okay, that's all I have on that, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any follow-up questions from members of the committee? Questions from members of the council? Discussion or questions from members of the public? Members of the public? Thank you. Chief, if you could just hold on, I'm going to ask you to reintroduce yourself in a moment. The next bid is bid 2023-309, entry-level firefighter written exam. This is found on page 114. Chief, please identify your name, title, and department.
Assistant Chief Jason Umbenhauer, Fire Department.
Thank you. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. How many of these exams, or I should say, how many candidates and exams were administered during the last hiring round?
We did 270. We gave 270 exams last recruit period.
And I think I read in here, so it's 300 is what you're speculating on now, right?
We're hoping for 300.
Okay. And why did you wait so long to come to us for this?
We just started the recruitment period, actually just started. And this is something that when we got that federal SAFER grant where we needed to hire the 20 more recruits, we didn't anticipate on a large hiring process for next year. once that federal SAFER grant for those 20 new firefighters was awarded, we had to start that recruitment process. This is just one of those steps in that process, is having the written exam done. So we just got to that point in our processes where we decided we need to do the written exam. And because of the short timetable we're on to get those recruits onto and started in training, we need to run that exam in early January. They've got to be starting the academy by April. So it's a real fast-paced recruitment process this time around.
Okay, just bear with me 1 minute. I just want to confirm one thing here before I ask you this next question. Okay, you're listing this will be funded through budget code 35390, fire testing expense. But Munis has it listed as lease office space. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, we had this conversation last time that we had this. So apparently in Munis, there's a label that the departments see, which is kind of, from what I understand from the finance department, there's a label that we use on a day-to-day basis that we use that comes out of the actual budget that we're given each fiscal year. And then in the back end of Munis, I guess every budget code has a generic Munis account title, but those things aren't always the same. I think that's the best I can explain it from the finance department. So what we see every day on what we put out for in the budget is for fire testing expenses. That's what we know it as, and that's what the budget knows it as. What Munis has on its back end that's shown on that report that you see, that I can't answer the question, but that's the explanation I was given. Is it's a back end label.
My guess is when you come back to us with this code, it's still going to be listed differently in Munis, like other codes. So we've been talking about Munis issues for years, and apparently nothing's changed. Chief, how many new firefighters do you anticipate hiring this year?
So we've got 7 candidates right now that'll be starting the academy in first week of February. That's off the existing list that's in place right now. And then we plan on another at least 20 or more, depending on what our vacancies will be at, starting in April.
Was that plus 24?
At least 20. We're required to do 20 by our SAFER grant that we were awarded from FEMA. If the city decides to fill the vacancies that we have to that point, that would occur in the first quarter of the fiscal year, or the third quarter of the fiscal year, that would be up to the administration to add bodies to that recruit academy.
And how many retirees do you plan on, or do you anticipate having this year?
We're 10 short right now. We're looking at potentially the ones that I mean, obviously nothing's official until they actually submit their retirement paperwork. We haven't got any paperwork yet for calendar year 2023, but we're anticipating at least 2, maybe 3 from what we're being told.
And again, with respect to the exams or potential exams, what is the total are you looking for, or are you anticipating total capacity on the fire department for this coming year?
So we're budgeted for 204. That's our minimum that's our budgeted number, but that number is increased by the 20 people that were included in that federal grant.
So that'd be a total of 224?
Yeah, so if we put those 20 on and accept that federal grant, then that would bring us to 224, at least for the time period of the grant, the 3 years for the grant.
And you're anticipating that hire of those 20 in this fiscal year?
We're required by the grant to have them on in 180 days from the award, which is actually the end of March.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for that, Chairman. Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from the members of the council? Any further questions from members of the council? Any further questions from members of the public? Any further questions from members of the public? Thank you, Chief. Next is bid 2023-299, remove and replace hanging systems. This is found on page 117. Christie, if you could please identify yourself with your department and title.
Christy Moretti, Public Works Business Manager.
Thank you so much. Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. Christie, was there any roof damage that took place when these dislodged?
This particular request is for there's 3 other units. There's 4 air handlers in the building. There's one basically in each corner of the pool area. One of them fell, which is the next request in part. So we are asking to have the other 3 have their hanging systems replaced and the old ones removed before we have any other incidents. That's what this request is for.
And these are associated with the air handlers?
Yes, they're what holds them up.
Right. That's why I'm asking, when you have issues here with these units, did those issues affect the roof at all?
We haven't had issues with these 3 units.
You haven't had an issue with what?
With these 3 units that we're requesting
Okay.
to have the work done.
Okay, that's all I have on that, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Follow-up questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2023-298, found on page 120. This is a reinstall unit at McDermott Pool. Please identify yourself again.
Christy Moretti, Public Works.
Thank you so much. Councilman Lattiser requested this. Councilman?
Thank you. So this item right here is looking to replace a unit, right? Or reinstall a unit,
Yes.
using the existing unit with some possible repairs.
The unit itself has been pressure tested and it's fine. We just need to get it back into place. And obviously, we have to do the sheet metal for the vent and replace the hanging system for it and reattach it to the piping. But yes, the unit itself is okay.
And do you have a breakdown of how they arrived at this price? And the reason I'm asking is your previous bid to deal with those 3 air handlers, which is to, again, replace or redo the hanging support systems, was like $24,000. This one unit, to reinstall this one unit, is $17,400. Do you have a breakdown from them as to why this is so expensive compared to doing the other 3? What's the difference between those 3 and this one?
The other 3 are still attached to the ceiling. They're still intact. They haven't fallen. That request for the $23,940 is to replace the hanging systems on all 3 existing units right now so they don't fall on anybody or in the pool or this request, the $17,415 request, is to replace the unit that fell in part. It was hanging, one side fell down. The pool was open. Luckily, there was nobody on that side of the deep end of the pool, and it happened at 5:45 in the morning. So I got in touch with the highway chief. We had it, we removed it. It was hanging by a couple of steel threaded rods and one side snapped. So it's a little bit more involved than just, rehanging a unit. There's a lot of connections that need to be done. There's some electrical work. There's some sheet metal to vent it. There's some rigging involved just to get it back up where it belongs. So it is rather expensive.
So the other 3 units that you have to rehang, don't you actually have to pretty much take everything apart to rehang them?
No, they're going to do it in place. They're going to install the new hanging system to ensure that it doesn't fall from the ceiling, and then they are going to remove the old hanging system that we're not sure if it will fail.
So to go back to my original question, do you have a breakdown from this company as to how they arrived at the 17,415? Because that's all we have in this package is just a bill for $17,400. It doesn't give us any information as to how they got there or what they're charging us for.
It's a quote, and it says, included in this price is new steel support attached to concrete ceiling, new support rods, new hanging hardware, electrical reconnect, hot water piping reconnect, ductwork reconnect, removal and disposal of existing hanger system. That's what they're doing.
For the record, that's found on page 122.
That's what they're doing for $17,000 to replace the unit that fell. It is outside the building at the moment on the patio.
No, that's good. Thank you. I can read, and I can read what you just said too. But what I asked is if they gave you a breakdown of the cost of doing these things, or did they just give you a lump one sum, just like what you're giving us?
Yes, you asked if they gave us a breakdown of what the work is, that the work is listed there, but it is not listed out in detail by each step of the process.
Okay. It also says here exclusions, removal of handrail under the unit, hoisting equipment and labor to run equipment, repairs to the unit after startup problems are found. What's going to be the cost of removal of the handrail under the unit? And do we have to lease any hoisting equipment, or do we have that in-house?
So the handrail that he refers to is a railing that goes around the pool that's actually screwed to the pool deck, so that can be removed. The hoisting, we actually got it down, I should say the highway department got it down with 2 forklifts. So I would imagine that would be how they would hoist it back up. So there will be some participation by another department to get this replaced, but yes.
Okay, so we'll be able to do that with in-house people. We don't need to go outside for that.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chairman. That's it.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from members of the committee? Follow-up questions from members of the council? Are there any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2023-297. This is found on page 123. Install indoor and outdoor camera system. Christy, would you mind identifying yourself again?
Christy Moretti, Public Works.
Thank you so much. Councilman Lattiser requested this. Councilman.
Thank you. I think this is actually a really good idea, particularly considering the events that have just occurred over there in the Sawtooth building. But the question I have is, once these cameras, I think it was 9 or something or other, however many there are, once these cameras are installed, will the employees in that building be made aware of where those cameras are?
They're going to be in common areas. They're not going to be in offices. So hallways, places where the public also has access to. But yes, I'm sure they'll be made aware that where the cameras are.
Are these something that, you can, like, we look up here at the lights, you see the lights?
Yes, they're not hidden.
They'll be visible?
Yes.
Okay. Are they also, in addition to visual, are they also audio?
I'm not sure. The quote doesn't say that there's audio, so I would have to, I would assume no. I think it's just video, but
Could you find that out?
Sure.
I think it's important.
I see, Councilman, I see Director Carlucci's coming up.
Perfect.
Director, if you could identify yourself, please.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. While the cameras have audio capabilities, it's turned off. And the reason being is audio recordings have a whole set of regulations that go along with it, so none of the cameras will record audio.
Who would be able to turn them on? And what authorization would be required to turn on audio?
It would take a technician, and the requirement would be administrative access. It's not something someone else can do just,
Okay.
you know,
Who's going to be monitoring these cameras?
they don't really get monitored. When we put in the standard cameras that you know the areas of cash value and stuff where we already have them, with that system, we actually installed a very large recording, on-site recording. It goes into the cloud, but also on-site. So we're able with these cameras to tap right into that recorder and not have to purchase another one. So we can go back historically and take a look at them if we have to.
That was another one of my questions with the storage. How much footage, how much storage do you have before this has to be delineated, or will it be?
It's significant. I can speak in the size of, I believe it's a 2 terabyte drive.
Excuse me? To what?
A lot. Well, let's put it this way. It's a motion detected recording.
Okay.
So we don't record obviously at night. There's nothing going on, let's say in the tax collector's office. There's nothing being recorded there until something moves. But we haven't put a dent in the recording capabilities we have so far since we've been in Sawtooth since September.
And the actual monitoring that takes place using these devices, would that be something that's done through your department, or?
It can be done through building maintenance, and I also have administrative access to it.
And who would have access to those cameras? Meaning, could someone just, happen to say, okay, let's kind of watch the cameras, see what's happening?
No.
How would one get access to do that?
There are currently 3 administrators to the system that I'm aware of. Those 3 administrators are the head of the building maintenance department. Gene Keene, the best way I could put it is the right-hand man from a female's perspective, right-hand woman for that department, and myself. If you wanted to gain access to it, if you wanted to have access from a user ID perspective, you would have to get one of us to set up an account for you. When we do any type of recording, or review of it, it's always at the request of someone in the administration.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Christie.
Thank you, Councilman. Phil, before you head out, I have a quick question for you, and thank you. Is it possible to have audio on? I understand the legal ramifications during the regular business hours. What about during the evening after the building is locked up?
There's no easy way to turn it and to toggle it on and off or set it up with a schedule that I'm aware of. I won't say that it's not possible. I'm just not aware of a way that's possible without going in. You have to go into the configuration of the camera.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you, Sergeant. Just please identify yourself.
Sure will.
For the.
My name's Meg Potter, citizen of Warwick. Thanks, Councilman Lattiser, for your questions on this topic. And I would just like to add a question. Is there a plan in place to write policy around accessing this video? So for instance, if a police report has been filed and the police are looking for information about what happened during that time, or can any of these 3 administrators go in and look at the video at any time?
Director Carlucci, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director, if you wouldn't mind, that you're aware of.
I apologize. I'm sorry. I was in another conversation. Hear the question.
Sure. The question was, do you intend to write and get approved policy around these cameras in the Sawtooth Building? And what would constitute a reason for one of the 3 administrators you talked about to access the video?
Yes.
Where is that policy and has it been reviewed by council?
It has not been written yet. These are fairly new, this request. We have standard operating procedures within the IT organization. This will just become part of those. It has to do with data review and everything else.
What about the privacy, though, of the folks that might be on that camera? I'm asking, like, my position on this is that.
I'm sorry, I apologize, ma'am, if you could ask me.
Sure.
And then I apologize, I dropped the ball.
No, it's fine. I'll address my comments to the
Thank you.
members of the council. So my great concern is, and it is my opinion as a libertarian, that this video should only be accessible if there is an order from the police or a judge. So basically, if it's, excuse me, I'm kind of nervous. If it's been, what's the word? A subpoena. Thank you. And my other concern is obviously that there be policy around it being impossible to turn on the volume and have people not know the recording of sound. So
Certainly.
I'd strongly encourage the council to take a closer look at this.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Councilman.
I would just like to comment on that lady's question, and I believe Mr. Carlucci testified that a policy would be forthcoming regarding who can see, who can view, et cetera, et cetera. Is that correct?
I believe that was his statement. I would like to say, I'll let you finish. I apologize. Go ahead.
I would like to get an idea or a commitment from the department when we can expect to receive this policy.
Director Carlucci from IT. I would also like to say that in the bid itself, they do and I know you know this, I just want to put it on record. They do identify the building director as Robert Greenway. It's in it that it says tutorials to customers. So one of the people that's identified in this is the person in charge of the building's maintenance. So they started on that process of identifying people who have access. But Council, I apologize. Director Carlucci, did you hear the councilman's question?
Yes. I can commit to the end of January to have that incorporated into the policy as a draft. It has to go to the administration, obviously, for review, and I can't commit on their part.
So this policy that will be put into place, will a policy be put into place prior to installing the cameras or after installing the cameras?
It would be hard for me to commit to doing it until I know that it's been reviewed and approved. I can't tell you when the cameras will be.
I'm sorry, I can't hear
done.
you, Phil.
I couldn't commit for someone else. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to get the cameras installed, how long the review process will go, what kind of issues will be raised. It's best effort, certainly. I can tell you that reviews, just anecdotally, are extremely rare and have very specific requirements behind them and come from the administration. It's not something that's just done, hey, can you take a look and see what was going on at such and such?
But the long and the short is that there is a policy being put together now and will be put together at some point in the near future.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Director. Are there any further questions from members of the full council? Further questions, comments from members of the public? Members of the public. Thank you all. The final item up for discussion per requested is by Councilman Foley. It is bid 2023-316 repairs to W16. And this is found in the bid package on page 136. Councilman Foley.
I'm withdrawing my request. I looked at my notes and I got my answer.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members of the committee? Further questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Good evening, Director.
Terry DiPetrillo, Chief of the Water Division.
Thank you.
Terry, the only question that I have on this is, assuming that this gets approved this evening, when will the check be cut to pay for this?
I would estimate 7 to 10 days, Councilman.
7 to 10 days?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser, and I would like to thank you also for your diligence in getting this on the docket. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Members of the public? May I have a motion for the full consent calendar?
I move favorable action.
I have a motion.
Second.
I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes
I
for the
move,
meeting held on December 5th?
I move acceptance of the minutes.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. The time is now 6:26 PM and the Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is the Ordinance Committee. That can take place at this time. Then it will be the Public Safety Committee, and then it will be the Land Use and Public Properties Committee. Just for information for individuals watching at home and the people who are here, if you were here to speak on the short-term rentals, that is in the Land Use Committee. So we will have public comment to discuss that in the Land Use Committee, which is coming up later this evening. So the Ordinance Committee can open at this time.
Anthony. Want to take time? You need it? No. All right.
Just having some fun with Lynn.
Ordinance will convene at 6:29 PM. First, we have acceptance of the minutes from the committee meeting held on December 5th, 2022.
Make a motion to accept?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And next, we have PCO 2322, an ordinance relative to establishing penalties for the unauthorized removal or destruction of cease and desist or stop work orders, and for the appeal of Section 8-1 violations, fines, fees, and penalties to the municipal court. This would be first passage. This is Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this issue, or two issues actually, was brought to my attention by the building department. And apparently we're having issues where cease and desist orders have been issued on various properties throughout the city. And you actually have people who just tear them up and throw them away. And that's becoming problematic. They defy the cease and desist order. Tear it up, throw it away, and continue doing whatever they please. So this will bring in the same sort of penalties / admin fees that we have in the code itself for working without a building permit. In addition to that, it will also afford someone who has been cited and fined for either of those offenses, working without a permit or tearing up a cease and desist order, it will afford that person in a formal appeal process into municipal court, which we were apparently lacking before. So those are the two things that this does. I know the building official, Director DeCourt, is here if he would like to speak to it as well. That's what I have, Chairman.
Then presumably Solicitor Walsh, this is fine as far as it's not doing anything we're not allowed to do, right?
He drafted it.
That's why I felt like it was a safe bet, but
It's making clear that there's a process for appeals and applying similar standards or offenses to items related to the cease and desist orders that are issued under when you don't have a building permit.
do any members of the committees have any questions or comments? Any members of the there you up. So Councilman Ritz.
From Councilman Lattiser's explanation, sounds like this is much needed. I reviewed it. It looks very well drafted. I intend to support this. Thank you.
Members of the council have any questions or comments? Members of the public have any questions or comments? Seeing none, we can have a motion.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Unless I'm missing anything, that concludes ordinance at 6:33 PM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is the Public Safety Committee. There is one item on the agenda for the Public Safety Committee that can meet now, and then we will move to the Land Use and Public Properties Committee. Also, this evening, we also do have public comment, and there's a sign-up sheet on the agenda, so you can speak on any item that is in committees, including the short-term rentals. We will take public comment on that, and then there's an additional opportunity for individuals to speak on any Warwick issue. If you sign up for public comment, we will be doing public comment at the start of the meeting at 7 o'clock. Thank you. Public Safety can meet at this time.
Give me a time, please. Good evening. The Public Safety Committee is called to order at 6:34. The first item is acceptance of the minutes from the meeting held on December 5th.
Move to accept.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The first item, PCR 142-22, resolution relative to claims for Anthony Atone. And last meeting, we had a question about that. That question has been answered. We had submitted to us a updated registration. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action in the amount of $567.95 per the department recommendation.
All right, do we have, we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the committee is adjourned at 6:35.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next committee will be the land use and public properties, however, cannot start until 6:40, so we will be back here at 6:40. Thank you.
Did you see it? Did you take a note? You take. I'm trying. Hey.
Ready?
Lynn?
Call it.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 6:41 PM. First up, acceptance of the minutes dated December 5, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Move acceptance.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, first item on the agenda, PCO 2422. This is for second passage. Councilman Snappy, this is an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, 203 Centerville Road LLC and Centerville Associates petitioners, assessors plat 246, lots 246, 247, 250, 251, 254, 257, 258, Caleb Street, and 171, 181, 203, and 221 Centerville Road. Do we have a recommendation?
Request favorable action.
All right. Do we have any comment from members of the committee? Nope. Members of the council? Members of the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
I move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Second passage. Okay. Next up, we have another item for second passage. This is Councilman Howe. PCO 25-22, order on the abandonment of a portion of Clark Street. Kevin Murphy, petitioner.
Respectfully request favorable action.
Do we have comment from members of the committee? Members of the council? Members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Third item. This is also Councilman Howe for second passage. PCO 26-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Kevin Murphy and New England Institute of Technology petitioners, assessors plat 344, lots 101 and 493, and a portion of Clark Street, 68 Green Street, 2562 Post Road, and a portion of Clark Street. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Chairman. Respectfully favorable action on second passage.
Comments from members of the committee? Comments from members of the council? Comments from members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Fourth up, we have PCO 4-22, an ordinance amending Appendix A zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick to define, establish, and classify districts, create administrative procedures for short-term rental use of residential dwelling units, and provide supplementary regulations for the short-term rental of dwelling units. City of Warwick petitioner. This is Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis. But before we hear comments from members of the committee, council, and the public, I want to turn this over to the council president.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm respectfully going to make a request of this committee that we move this to the full council. We are at 6:45 at this time. The council meeting starts at 7. So we'd like to have enough time. We don't want to have to start and then stop. We want to hear what everybody has to say on this. We also, the sponsor has an amendment that he is planning to submit. So there are a number of changes to the posting. We have written handouts of that we would like to give to members of the council and members of the public, so they have a chance to see that. So my request is that we would move this to the full council meeting at 7 o'clock. We start the council meeting. We have a special guest coming to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. We would then do general communications. We would then do public comment under Rule 41, which individuals can speak on any topic. Then we will immediately go back to this item where the sponsor will explain his amendment. We will then discuss the amendment, and then we will open up for comments from members of the council and members of the public. So everyone will get an opportunity to speak. We just want to make sure everyone's speaking on the new item that's going to come up. It has not come at this time. So that is my respectfully request, so we can do it all at one time.
This makes sense to me. Better to do it at once rather than stop and start up again. Council Solicitor, just to be clear, this committee would be able to, without further comment from the committee, council, and public at this time, move this without a recommendation for hearing by the full council.
That is correct. It is in order for the committee, should it wish, to send the item to the full council with no recommendation and with the intention to entertain the public commentary before the full body at that time.
Thank you. Do we have
Mr.
a
Chairman,
motion to?
Just for the record, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I make a motion to move to the full council.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And the last item on the agenda, this is Councilman Gebhardt, PCR 13622, a resolution dedicating Dolly Farm, Assessor's Plat 231, Lot 1, as a municipal public trust pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 45-36.1-1 et sec, and as having conservation restrictions pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 34-39-1 et sec. Councilman Gebhardt.
I would respectfully request favorable action.
Comments from members of the committee?
I'll give a little bit of a background on this. So you may recall about 18 months ago or so, there was a similar resolution requesting the planning department to establish a permanent conservation easement over the property known as Dolly Farm. The conservation easement process is actually somewhat complicated from a legal perspective in terms of getting it right. We had embarked upon that, but in July of 2021, the state legislature passed a law that enables municipalities to put land intended for conservation into what's called the public trust. And it is effectively a binding conservation easement of sort. And so it's relatively new. It's been used in a few municipalities for the preservation of property. And so we are going to, with this PCR 136-22, use this for the permanent conservation of Dolly Farm. So I appreciate you giving me a minute to give the background, and I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
I think that this is very exciting. I've reviewed this chapter 45-36.1 very closely, as I have also reviewed the legislation very closely. Everything seems to be in alignment. I think that this is an excellent, I believe, the first use of this these provisions of chapter 45-36.1 here in the city of Warwick. And what better use than to preserve 62 acres of land? I think that this was perhaps going to be the first of many to ensure that this land that is intended, various lands across Warwick that are intended to be maintained as public recreation and open space are done so in perpetuity. For all of those reasons, I'm going to be supporting this. Any comment from members of the council? Any comments from members of the public? Oh, Council President.
Thank you. I just want to commend Councilman Gebhardt. You should be really proud of this. This is a really good thing. So congratulations.
And comments from members of the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And with that, the committee adjourns at 6:51 p.m.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So we will be back at 7 o'clock to start the council meeting. Sergeant of Arms, if you could, Paul, if you could come up here when you get a second. Thank you.
Yes. I am.
Good evening, everyone. I call the December 19th, 2022 City Council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley?
Here.
Mr. Gephardt?
Here.
Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. At this time, I call on Councilman Gephardt to introduce our guests.
Yes, tonight leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance is Troop 274. You can step up to the podium and we'll get started with the pledge. Thank you so much for joining us.
Warwick City Council, please join us in the Pledge Allegiance to the flag of our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join us in the Girl Scout promise and law. On my honor, I will try to serve God and my country, to help people at all times, and to live by the Girl Scout law. I will do my best to be honest and fair, friendly and helpful, considerate and caring, courageous and strong, responsible for what I say and do, to respect myself and others, respect authority, use resources wisely, make the world a better place, and be a sister to every Girl Scout.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Troop 274. We greatly appreciate you coming to join us tonight. You got an excellent crowd. We have some activity this evening. So it's so nice to have you join us. I wanted to introduce Dana Borelli Murray, who is the CEO of Girl Scouts of Greater New England. She recently took that post, and Girl Scouts is more than just cookies. There's a lot happening there in this iconic institution. So I wanted to invite Dana to say a few words tonight. Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, everybody, for having us tonight. Thank you to Troop 74 for joining me, and to Councilman Gebhardt for inviting us. My name is Dana Borelli Murray. I am the CEO of the Girl Scouts of Southeastern New England. And we're here because we're your neighbors. Our building is in Rhode Island terms, the old Alpine Ski Shop, 500 Greenwich Ave, right down the street. And we are serving Girl Scouts through all of Rhode Island and 13 communities in Massachusetts and Connecticut. We have over 4,000 Girl Scouts and over 2,000 adult volunteers engaged in our program every year. And we are growing our leaders of tomorrow. We are growing courage, confidence, and character in our youth to make the world a better place. I wanted to just say a few words and tell you about what Girl Scouts does, because we are a lot more than cookies, although cookies are pretty incredible and they're coming up in January, so be ready. But a big piece of the work we're doing is really giving back to our community and supporting the leaders of tomorrow. I also want to make sure you all have seen, if you drive on 95 and look up and see our building, or if you drive by our building, we've been doing a lot of work to grow our headquarters, to really make it a leadership center for anyone to be able to utilize in the community. And I wanted to welcome everyone to come and visit us anytime. I did want to also let the council know that we've recently received a $100,000 grant from the Champlin Foundation to do upgrades to our building and to create an outdoor leadership center, which is going to be very exciting. We're going to have an outdoor classroom. We're going to have outdoor play spaces, playscapes, and really more revitalization for our building. So I'm telling you all of this because I love to leverage money when I can and wanted to make sure you knew. So in case you come across any Main Street or City Street or streetscape funds that come along to revitalize buildings and support community organizations, we're right down the street, and do not forget about us, because we continue to want to grow and be a great community partner for all of you, for the work you do. So thank you very much, and please come and visit, and please call anytime. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you very much. Next up is general communications. This is announcements of congratulations, condolences, and community events. I do have one. Earlier today, Governor McKee and I met with a small business here in Warwick, just to sit down with them, hear what they're working on, how the city of Warwick can do better, how the state can do better. The governor has initiative as he's crafting his budget, the state budget, to put specifically things in the budget that'll help the small business community. This is a priority for the city of Warwick as well. The mayor and I are going to be conducting these small business tours as well. And we'd love to hear from you. We'd love to be invited to come and sit down and hear from the individuals in the small business community here in Warwick. Any other council members with anything under general communications? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just as I do every year, I would respectfully request a moment of silence and remembrance. 33 years ago, I remember, well, quite honestly, the United States Armed Forces were mustered, if you will, or activated. And tomorrow morning, December 20th, approximately at 02:30, the 75th Ranger elements of the 75th Rangers, the 82nd Airborne, the 7th Infantry Division, the Special Forces Organization, as well as Marines, Coast Guard, Navy personnel. If you remember, it was Operation Just Cause, the invasion of Panama, where we removed a dictator, Manuel Noriega. Rhode Island had numerous members participate in that, but we did lose one. Of the 23 casualties of that invasion, one was, as I mentioned in the past, a private first class, Ivan Perez from Pawtucket, Rhode Island. So to my colleagues and to our honored guests this evening, I do ask for a moment of silence as we remember those 23, and especially PFC Ivan Perez.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. Are there any other council members have anything? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, Mr. President. I'd like to have a moment of silence for Deputy Chief Titus, who passed away.
Thank you. We'll have a moment of silence at this time. Thank you. Any other council members have anything under general communications? Okay, moving on on the agenda is executive communications. There are none. A, acceptance of the minutes for the council meeting held on December 5th. Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action on acceptance of the minutes.
Second by Councilman Lattiser. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Any abstentions? Thank you. At this time, we're going to move to public comment, Rule 41. There is a sign-up sheet here, the last call, while I'm going over the rules if you want to sign up here. Again, this is public comment, Rule 41, and then right after this, we're going to discuss PCO 4-22, and there'll be public comment opportunities on that subject as well. So Rule 41, after the general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each city council public hearing meeting, there shall be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about Warwick City government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. The city council members will not respond to questions during public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. Sergeant, do you have the sign-up sheet?
Sergeant, can you give me, thank you.
Okay, we have 6 individuals that have signed up. Cindy is the first speaker.
I'd like to request unanimous consent to extend the time constraints since you moved this from the general session to this public divided by 15 kind of a thing before I start. Because I came here to talk about Airbnb and you moved it.
Ma'am, we're going to discuss the Airbnb after the public comment session. So please go ahead with your public comments.
Okay, so you're going to do it after you go to your little secret meeting that you have? Because I don't want to wait around that long.
Ma'am, if you have public comments, you may
Yeah, I
give
have
them at
public
this time.
comments. I just want to make sure I don't have to sit here for 2 hours when you have your little private meeting that you're having. Because I've been here since
Ma'am, I
6
think that we've
o'clock.
been pretty clear. We're doing public comment, then we're going to discuss PCO 4-22. So please begin. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so the number one cause of deaths of short-term rentals is carbon dioxide poisoning. That was one of the things that I learned when I was regulated in 2014. I went on Vrbo and Airbnb today, and contrary to what the people that all rent here say, there were a lot of complaints. There were complaints about people slept in their car because there weren't the beds promised. The manager was not responsive. There were spiders. There was garbage all over the property. So I think that if you're going to regulate Airbnbs, which is fine, you need to enforce it. Somebody last week or 2 weeks ago mentioned, do I have to dig up my yard for a driveway? Well, yeah, because that's what I did. I dug up my yard to make a driveway so it didn't interfere with my neighbors. So 9 out of 39 communities impose regulations in Rhode Island so far. There should be limits on occupancy, 2 per room. They should, in my estimation, be owner occupied. There should be sufficient parking. And my question to you is, and I would like an answer, and now you've moved it to where I can't get an answer, is how will you enforce this? And can I get a refund for my $2,000 that I spent in 2014, not to mention all the money I lost? I'll stick around for when you bring it up again.
Thank you. The next individual is Barry Cook.
Good evening. Just quickly, I want to speak to you regarding Rule 41 as it relates to the 15-minute public comment period. I didn't anticipate that I would have this much ammo, but I do. I have this group that wants to speak regarding their issue. I'm here tonight to recommend and ask the council, when you have your organizational meeting in January, that you consider amending the public comment period to allow for 1 hour of public comment, 60 minutes. Now, that still isn't enough, but it's a heck of a lot more than 15 minutes. Now, I've been here since 5 o'clock just to make the recommendation. And the recommendation is, once again, I'd like the council to consider at your inaugural meeting next month, amending Rule 41 to allow for a 60-minute, 1-hour public comment period. And in stipulation, as you've written here, item D, that 60-minute or 1 hour would terminate at the conclusion of 60 minutes. Now, this is a perfect example of why this 15-minute rule is impossible for anyone to come to the council meeting to make their positions known. Not only do we not have enough time to make our positions known, the council doesn't seem fit to respond to us. So I think it's quite, were you going to interrupt me? Okay. So I think it's quite fitting this evening with the people that are here who want to speak about an issue very important to them, that you take this into consideration next month when you meet. Now, I'm speaking on behalf of my wife and I, 20-year taxpayers, Namquid Drive in Warwick. I'm also president of the newly formed Warwick Taxpayers Association. We have about 75 members at the moment. And 2 things on our list. One, quite frankly, is this 15-minute rule, which is unreasonable. And the second reason is we want to see open and transparent government. We want it improved. And when you refuse to answer a question of a constituent and a taxpayer, that's not open and transparent government. Please consider a 1-hour public comment period. Thank you.
Thank you. The next individual is Michael Mita. Okay. The next individual is Bill. I think it's Bill.
I'm Bill Gagner, and I'm here to speak in opposition of the ordinance as it is. I had the opportunity to speak with many of you, over the last couple of weeks, but I want to just confirm that and that was a great point that the other fellow had just brought up. There's so many people here who want to have their voice heard. And I represent quite a few of them because we knew there was a certain amount of time that we can use here, but this is an important subject. I don't know if it's going to take an hour to get through all of this, but do we have I was under the impression we have 10 minutes each. Is that after everything is done? I wasn't sure how
So
that works.
per Rule 41, we cannot answer questions. So I will explain everything after Rule 41.
Okay, so we have 15 minutes now, and my understanding is 10 minutes later on for each person. I mean, I think that's a very important question that needs to be confirmed, because it was a little confusing when it was described earlier. And I think that's part of being, helping us understand the rules here. We're not all familiar with all of the rules of 41. But my understanding is there's all I need is an affirmation of, is there 10 minutes later that we can speak also? Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thanks very much. I appreciate that. I don't know if anybody else is going to be talking. I don't want to take up all the 15 minutes, but I represent...
Just a clarification, it's 15 minutes total, so you have about 1 minute left.
Exactly, that's why I wanted to check. I do represent quite a few people on this. I have come up with quite a bit of information that I'll continue on, because it'll take a little less than 10 minutes to get through what we have as a group. But the ones that
30 seconds.
do agree with me, I want you to raise your hand, and hopefully we'll be able to make everyone's voice heard here tonight. I appreciate your help on that. Thank you.
can't read the handwriting. Hold on one second.
What's the name, sir?
It's good handwriting.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Matthew Patty.
Yeah, that looks like it. All right.
So I'm one of the people who supports Bill Gagnier. I can't comment too much on the specifics of what's about to be rolled out because I haven't seen it. Obviously, there were some provisions in the original legislation that clearly sort of violated the state constitution, kind of are not with private property rights, are irrespective of taxation received, and really not in the best interest of the city of Warwick, because Airbnbs and VRBOs and short-term rentals encourage short-term leasing and renting in Warwick. Travel tourism encourages people not to skip over Warwick and drive straight to Providence or South County. There's no Ocean House of Warwick, for example, so it's actually good for the community planning to have responsibly maintained properties. The idea that an owner-occupied structure is more professionally represented than an unowner-occupied structure is just based on theory. It's very flawed theory. In fact, it would be more likely to have an unprofessional situation managed that way. Somebody renting a bedroom out in their house is not more professional than a nice property managed by somebody who's a professional landlord. We're open to a lot of common sense legislation, as will be evidenced by Mr. Gagnier. We want to continue paying taxes, encouraging travel and tourism revenue to the city of Warwick, but we also feel that we have private property rights and the right to have representation with our taxation. So that's about it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rob Cody.
Good evening. I'd just like to remind everybody that 3 years ago this week, this council ratified a very contentious fire contract that was not vetted properly, and that, in the words of the city finance director, was plagued with legal problems in terms of the language. During that contract, both Council President McAllister and Mr. Howe continually spoke that that contract was going to save the city of Warwick residents $600,000. Both myself and several other residents debated that and said, not only is it not going to save us $600,000, but we're going to spend an extra $4 million. Naturally, we were correct, as we are most times. In addition to that, during that debate, I asked my council member numerous specific questions about the contract that he was about to sign to obligate the taxpayers to, and my councilman was unable to answer any question I asked on any of the specifics of the contract. Other members of the council, Mr. Howe and the Finance Committee, was also asked questions, unable to ask. So what I came here tonight was to tell you to be on notice, to do your homework, because when this contract comes up for ratification, be advised, you will be vigorously questioned on the specifics of the contract. You will not dismiss us. I ask you to look into the historical data and the financials on the contract, because you will be vigorously questioned. 3 years ago, it was a mockery that our council members were voting to indebt the city of Warwick and obligate them to a contract that council members were signing and had no knowledge of the specifics. Do your homework. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to ask the council if we can move item PCO 4-22 to hear that at this time. Is there any objections from the council? Okay, hearing none, committee report, land use.
Recommend open public hearing.
Or recommend for action, correct?
Or
You recommend it to the full council.
recommend moving to the full council.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I just want to explain a couple of things procedurally. So there was a number of questions that were brought up this evening. I think there's a little confusion. Rule 41 is a standing item that's on the agenda once a month. That's for public comments, 15 minutes on any topic that deals with the city of Warwick. Any item that is on the agenda also has public comment. So that's, at this time, public comment will be taken on this item, just like when we went through everything that was discussed earlier this evening. Every single time, the chairman would say, any comments from the public. So I think there's a little confusion. The 10-minute, 15-minute rule, it's different. Rule 41 is one separate item. Each individual will be able to speak on any topic that comes before the city council before a vote. So I want to make that perfectly clear. There is a time limit per person. That's the 10-minute that we're talking about. But then it goes to the next. It's not 10 minutes for the whole topic to be discussed. It's a maximum of 10 minutes per person to speak on the topic. So if there's 50 people here and they all want to speak on that, all 50 will be heard regardless of the time, just like when we have the public comment. So that's just a little confusion. I think the Rule 41 gets some individuals confused. Rule 41 is a separate agenda item. Any item that comes before the city council always has public comment. So I just want to make that clear, including what we're to discuss now, which is PCO 4-22. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would move favorable action on PCO 4-22.
And you're going to have an amendment?
With an amendment.
Okay, and then we're going to second on the amendment, second by Councilwoman Travis. So at this time, going to ask the city solicitor to pass out the about to be proposed amendment to members of the council and members of the public. We'll hand those out, and then Councilman Lattiser will make some remarks, and then Solicitor Walsh will walk through the amendment. We want to make sure everyone's on the same page before we start discussion.
Mr. President, may I ask a question for clarification? Okay.
So we're going to give everyone a chance to look at it. What I'd like to do at this time is call on the sponsor, Councilman Lattiser, to make some remarks while we review, and then we're going to go to Solicitor Walsh, who is going to walk us through step by step on the proposed amendment. We will have discussion on that and move forward. So Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank all the members of the public who are here this evening to join us in once again reviewing this language. I'm going to refer to this as the Lattiser Amendment. As the primary sponsor, last month, we heard somewhere in the vicinity of about 3 hours of testimony regarding the short-term rentals. The lion's share of the comments, if not all of them, was regarding owner-occupied. There was significant discussion and objection to owner-occupied. And I took all of that communication and had to take a step back and review what was being proposed. I've listened to the members of the public, both those that in fact do reside in the city of Warwick, as well as many who do not reside in the city of Warwick. And in taking those comments seriously, I've met with the members of the administration. As you all just witnessed, the city solicitor has passed out to not only the members of the public, but all the members of the city council the Lattiser Amendment. So you're all seeing it for the first time. I want to also thank the members of the administration who have spent a significant amount of time with me in not only the original draft of this, which took up about 6 years of work, but the amendment. I have met on numerous occasions with the Director of Planning, the Assistant Director of Planning, the city building official, as well as the tax assessor, in taking up what I have come up to call the Lattiser Amendment. In this amendment, the major change is that I have taken out owner-occupied. There is no longer language in this ordinance pertaining to owner-occupied. There are some clerical changes, adjustments that are made. There is some substantive language changes, and I'm going to defer that now to our council solicitor, Bill Walsh, and he will walk us through this, both for the benefit of all of my colleagues as well as the members of the public that are here regarding PCO 4-22. Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Councilman, members of the council, and members of the public. Good evening. The amendment before you tonight, which has been distributed, has page numbers as well as line items listed. So I'll be referring according to those references. And if you also look at the lines to the left of the line numbers, those indicate changes to where something occurred. So for example, at the top of page 1, you see the new language that says Lattiser Amendment, and that's highlighted that there was some sort of change here. Items that are presented with interstrike, which is the line through it, is removal of language that was in the prior version that you are familiar with, PCO 4-22, which is the legal item before us at this time. There is additional language added that I will note. These also appear in underline. So going through the series of amendments, in section 1 of the bill, which is page 1, we have some definitions being changed. Lines 28 to 31, we have the deletion of the old language and redefining what a bedroom is. Beginning on line 34, there is a new definition being inserted on lines 34 through 36 regarding defining what a dwelling unit is. Similarly, on page 1, lines 38 to 40, there is a new definition being inserted establishing who a local representative is. At the bottom of page 1, lines 42 to 45, is the deletion of the definition of short-term rental of non-owner-occupied occupied dwelling. That is the series of changes on page 1. Moving forward to the second page, in lines 1 through 7, there is a redefinition of what was previously known as short-term rental of owner-occupied dwelling to be now referred to as short-term rental of dwelling unit. And this establishes the activity of renting a short-term rental dwelling unit. There is new language in lines 4 through 7 that makes clarifications to ensure that month-to-month tenancies that follow a lease of more than 30 days, which is a common occurrence in many rental units that are not short-term, would make clear that this ordinance is not applicable to them. Proceeding down to section 2, the table is being, on line 11, there was a reference to section 302. Table 1 is applicable to all of section 300, so that was a clerical update. In the chart itself, you'll see a series of interstrike around language that is what was proposed to be use 110, short-term rental of non-owner occupied dwelling units. In which case it was, if you look from left to right, it was being prohibited in all of these sections. This entire section of what was 110 is being deleted. So the prohibition of short-term rentals in non owner-occupied premises is now eliminated from under this amendment, should it be adopted. Proceeding to the lower part of the chart, of the table, we're redesignating section 111 as 110, because that's the next item in the use table, and updating the title of that to be short-term rental of dwelling unit. The location, the zoning districts that this is applicable to have not changed, and you can look from left to right that those are the same as was previously proposed. And that concludes the changes in section 2. Proceeding down to section 3 of the bill, which begins on page 2, line 16, we have a change in the clarification of the purpose of regulations, and that can be seen on lines 24 through 28. And those changes continue by eliminating the language at the top of page 3, lines 1 through 4. And furthermore, if you look to page 3, line 7, we remove the reference to owner-occupied dwelling units, as well as noting the positive attributes that can help historic preservation, as was testified to in the public hearing on line 10. Beginning on line 13, there is a clarification of the applicability of who is impacted by this, with the specificity to ensure that a short-term rental of a dwelling unit is not going to trigger any other legal responsibilities, obligations that are required of hotels, motels in the city. So it distinguishes that this is truly about the rental, residential properties being used in this way. On line 29, 33, 38, 41, they're just cleanup on redesignating the letter associated with the subsection. However, on line 33, there was a language change that reduces from 3 to 2 the number of violations allowable within a 12-month period under the prohibitions of section 510.2. This concludes the changes on page 3. Moving to page 4, there is a removal from lines 5 and 6, a reference to weddings and special events. It was duplicative as it was already covered in section 510.2. And then there is a clarification in lines 9 and 10 regarding how the affidavit will function, and it removes the owner-occupied provision. In section 510.4, which begins on line 12 through 32, there are a few instances where we are allowing the local representative to function in certain roles that was previously required only of the owner. This can be witnessed on line 16, 21, and later in the next section on line 38 as well. So that was just to capture the instance where you may have a local representative handling the day-to-day operations and it's not the owner themselves, to provide that flexibility. And then there's also cleanup language, removing some additional language on lines 14 through 16 that weren't necessary to get the point across that this process begins with the owner or local representative obtaining a permit in accordance with the subsequent sections 510.6 and 510.7. Line 29 also has a language inserted that the state fire code, which gets amended from time to time, is we're always on track with whatever the most amended version is. And on line 36, there's additional cleanup language that just inserted the word short-term before rental dwelling unit in order to make clear of what we're capturing here. And that concludes page 4. Moving to page 5, on line 8, there is a reduction to the maximum occupancy by the removal of the language plus 2 additional persons. This makes the language read that the maximum occupancy for the dwelling unit shall be 2 persons per bedroom, and nothing else in sub A that is in lines 7 through 14 has been changed. Beginning on line 16, which addresses parking, there are some changes that remove the additional parking space that was one more than the bedrooms utilized, provided that when the building official determines it necessary, it provides that option, but it removes the requirement that there be one more parking space than number of bedrooms being used. Moving down to line 40, there's also an insertion of the enabling a local representative to the provisions of that section as well. And that concludes section 5, page 5, excuse me. Moving to page 6, similarly on line 5 and again in line 14, there is the enabling of the local representative to do things previously required of the record owner. And moving to lines 26 through 30, the fines are being changed to be made at the discretion of the municipal court per violation. Previously, the fines were prescriptive on a certain amount for an instance. This gives the municipal court the flexibility within the parameters of their authority to address each violation as it comes before them. So it may result in fines, it may result in warnings. It gives some flexibility to the court to address the circumstances that's presented before them, but the maximum of $500 per day, per violation. And that fines may be imposed for each day the violation continues. And beginning subsection C that runs from line 32 to 39, there is once again a reduction of the number of penalties allowable that results in the inability for new permits to be issued when there's been routine instances of violations at a property. The last change is in lines 42, 43, which is section 4, which is the enactment section. It deletes the language of it going to effect in January 1, which is restored to have these general language that is applicable when we don't know when something may be enacted in the future, which is immediately upon passage and publication as prescribed by law. Just to give context to that, when we pass ordinances in the city council, it requires 2 passages by this body, and after action or inaction by the administration, there's still a requirement that we publish the amendment, whatever changes to zoning or the regular ordinances, and then that typically follows 20 days after publication is when the provisions of this would go into effect. So there gives a period of time after there's a public, additional public notice and dissemination of changes to the rules that are in effect. And with that, Mr. President, that is the contents of the Lattiser Amendment, which is formally before this body on second by Council Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. And I think that's an important distinction at the very end that you talked about, that if this is not the last stop for this, no matter what happens this evening, if something were to pass this evening, it would only be for first passage. It would still have to come back to the council again for second passage. Again, public comment, additional comments, and amendments could be made as well. But we're not there yet. But this is, I just want to lay out that there's still a long road ahead here. So, Councilman Lattiser, your amendment has been made. Do you have any additional comments, or should I open up to our colleagues in the council?
Mr. President, the only thing I excuse me, want to add is I know I had recognized members of the administration. I also want to add that they have been in complete support of this as well. So, yeah, I would welcome public comment and reserve any further comments till we've heard from the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to go to Councilman Ricks because he's the chair and didn't get a chance to speak first. Then I'll come to Councilman Sanafi. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I see many amendments here that I absolutely agree with. I'm glad to see that many of the suggestions that I had at the previous meeting and otherwise have been incorporated. I think that from the definitions to some of the different provisions here. The language is a lot neater. It clarifies a lot of the concerns, ambiguity. I think that it certainly addresses what was a major concern by many members of the public, the distinction between owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. That can certainly be a debate for this council, but I understand from the previous hearing on this that many members of the public did not want to see that distinction, and the Lattiser Amendment does away with that distinction. So while we would first, of course, hear public comment before voting on this, I think that the Lattiser Amendment offers us a much better jumping off point, and I would be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
So my main question is, as far as local representative, what will dictate what that exactly entails? I imagine it might come down to the content of that registration form.
Defer that question to the directors. I know the planning director is here. Or
Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. Councilman, what exactly is the question besides the definition, which defines what that person is?
So basically, what exactly can a local representative be? Can it be someone in Florida, or can it be, does it have to be someone in or around Warwick?
It doesn't say here. It could be somebody from Florida, could be, as the definition says, the person authorized to receive and process notice of demand required or permitted to be served upon the owner of the premises. So if there was an issue, if it is somebody in Florida, they better be here if there's an issue, right? Where there has to be a response by police or whomever.
Because I know my personal preference would be to have someone who is required to not only be able to be contacted, but be able to be contacted and respond to the residents within a period of time. And I don't mean like a week. I mean like that same day.
Yeah, I would agree. If it is somebody out of state and there's an issue and there's a call, somebody has to be there. It could be, somebody that the representative can direct to be at the property too, I suppose.
I know I sent that one ordinance from another municipality where they had the requirement that the individual be located in the county. That doesn't necessarily work for us, but a mileage requirement could make it work because it doesn't implicate dormant commerce clause.
We can certainly consider further clarifications to this amendment or following any action on this potential amendment that refines that at this time, but we don't have to address that at this moment. We can come back and.
yeah, I think we should keep a clean version right now, just so everyone knows what we're discussing at this time. And then if we want to make additional additional amendments, we can do that the next, as we continue.
So in that case, I'll just confine my comments to this. It appears at least my main concerns were addressed, and I'll confine anything else as far as further amendment to a potential further amendment.
Thank you. Councilman Gephardt.
I have a couple comments. Can I ask a quick question of the planning director before I make any other comments? I was trying to quickly find my answer. Thank you, Director. The Gateway and Intermodal District, do those have residential components? Because I know they're intended for mixed use, right? So there could be residential?
Correct.
And then in this in the zoning table, they're excluded. Is that intentional? I just wonder when you think about those particular districts, by the airport and by the train station, that it might actually not be a bad zone for this kind of activity.
That's the part of the city where the city's really trying to achieve an urban scale land use with high-rise buildings. That's the only part in the city where the takeoff and landing approaches from aircraft are not an issue. So that's why the city wanted to go up with their buildings and scale. So when we were talking about this, I think we're envisioning more single-family type homes. That's why you do see it allowed in the Village District, of course, Patuxent area like that, where a lot of the testimony supported maybe allowing it in those zones. So I would leave you with, one of the things is if the city adopts this policy, it gives the city the ability over time to identify where these things are. That's going to give us answers. We might amend this, you know what I mean? We might amend this use table a year from now after we learn, okay, we have 15 in this zone, but 0 in this zone. If there's none in the A40 district, then maybe we wouldn't allow it there. That's where you find your traditional suburban type zoning neighborhoods. Maybe we don't have many there. We might have more in the denser villages close to the coast, but we'll learn that, I guess, as we go.
All right, thank you, Director. I just wanted that clarification. I was struggling to find it. Thank you. Top level, I don't love not seeing this until 5 minutes ago, but I appreciate the solicitor walking us through the changes. I think this hits on the bulk of the concerns that I had, certainly eliminating the owner-occupied provision. I still think the parking is something that I would be willing to go lower on, but would welcome commentary on that. I also certainly appreciate, one of my concerns, to be completely transparent here, one of my concerns is that, when we make this ordinance, sometimes what we have with zoning issues is that the city has a difficulty truly enforcing on problematic properties, right? I've got a burned down house in my ward that's been there for coming up on 5 years, that looks the same as it did the day after it burned down. And there's been a complete inability to make any kind of enforcement. So it's important to me that if there are nuisance properties that are registered, that the city actually have an ability to make a meaningful enforcement effort. And I think that that's here. And I think given the municipal court, the ability to, have leeway in administration of fines is very good. And I think, lowering the number of infractions before a permit can be pulled, to me, make sure that everyone's got skin in the game, because losing one's permit would be the most significant penalty that could be enforced. So those are, my inclination would be to support this. I do think it hits on a lot of what we're trying to accomplish, but certainly open to hear what the members of this of the group that's here have to say, and anything that they might be concerned about still. But thank you, Councilman, for your work on this, and Planning Director, and I will yield my time. Thank you.
Just as a point of information, I'd be on board with lowering the parking in a subsequent amendment.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I have some of the same concerns as Councilman Gebhardt. A lot of issues that were brought up at the last hearing have been addressed. But my first concern is we as a council are just seeing the amended version, and we're going to be asked to vote on it. I know, as Councilman Gebhardt and Councilman Sinapi just said, I have a little bit of an issue with the parking. I too would like to see it lowered. And I wish we had had more time, or that the stakeholders who are owners of Airbnbs and who are responsible and have followed the guidelines set up, the one I'm familiar with is Airbnb platform, had an earlier voice in this process. I'm right now, I'm on the fence on voting in favor of this ordinance or zoning regulation in this ordinance, simply because I think it still needs more tweaks than the ones that have been here. And at this time, I'm waiting to hear the public comment and hear from the stakeholders to see where they stand on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Howe.
I was just going to echo the words that Councilman Foley said. It is, there are people who've already made substantial investments in their Airbnbs, and one of the comments that I made in the last meeting was, involvement and communication. And I've gotten a lot of emails, a lot of conversations with people who are invested into it, and receiving the new number of amendments. I do thank the work that the Councilman Lattiser put into it. I thank the work that our planning director put into this, the city put into this. That would be the administration, as well as our solicitor. I guess I would sum up with the same way that my colleague Councilman Foley said, and I was going to ask this. I was going to say, I know that a lot of people have strong opinions. I know that this was just put in front of you, but I would respectfully ask the people who are here, who have taken the time to voice concern or support of this, please, by all means, if you normally don't speak, I'd like to know what your thoughts on this is, the thoughts with the as amended, if this meets the criteria. I'll be listening to you and going on what you say. So please, by all means, even if you don't want to speak and you just want to identify where you stand on it, I welcome that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And the solicitor just wanted to remind everybody, this is just one amendment. The council is able to make any amendments they would like in addition to this, or not do this, so this is just this jumping off point. Anyone else that hadn't had a chance to speak first? Councilman Lattiser, then I'd like to open it up.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just on speculation, if this ordinance were to meet with first passage this evening, when would it return back to this body for second passage?
Traditionally, there's about a month time or 2 meetings that happens between first and second passage. So under a theoretical passage of something this evening by this body, we'd be looking at potential, unless some unanimous consent procedures were moving it up, it would be likely before this body again for second passage on January 18th.
Thank you, which is to my point, not only to my colleagues, but to the members of the public. Should this amendment pass this evening, everyone has about another month before it comes back before this council for the second bite at the apple. And during that month would certainly afford a lot of time for my colleagues to review this proposed language, members of the public to review it, digest it, and perhaps come up with some further changes. That being said, a month from now, those proposed amendments, if there are any, could take place the second meeting in January. That being the case, it goes back to first passage. And then we have about another month to come back for second passage. So there's considerable amount of time here to digest what we have or what you have in front of you, as well as the members of the public. I'm certainly interested in hearing with what members of the public have to say this evening. And as I said, you digest all of this, digest the comments from the members of the public, comes back here in 4 weeks from now. So everyone would have ample opportunity to suggest or propose any additional amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll open up to members of the public. All you have to do is come up. Please just identify yourselves, and any comments on PCO 4-22 are welcome at this time.
Cindy Wilson. So my question is, and this would be to you, Mr. Lattiser, under what ordinance or code, building codes, was I identified and made to follow what I was made to follow back in 2014?
Mr. President. So, Cindy, I don't know what code or what ordinance was.
Well, you were with me for the ride when everybody came.
If you let me finish, I'll speak to it. I was with you from day one on this, going back 6 years ago. I think all my colleagues on the council know when I indicate that I have a constituent that I've been working with for over 6 years now, you were the one. There was no doubt that you were singled out. No doubt, because you were the only one back in the day. And here we are 6 years later, almost 7 years later, and we still don't have a grip on this issue. So I don't know what it was. It's unfortunate that it occurred, but that's why we're here this evening. That's why I've spent 6 years of time coming up with this language to.
So without a code or an ordinance, I was made to do XYZ without any kind, nothing to support it? Is that what you're saying?
Again,
just a simple yes or no. Was there an ordinance or any code?
None that I'm aware of.
Okay. So then my question is, for all these other Airbnb owners, how many of you were made to do certain things? Show of hands. No. How many? No.
Excuse me,
Were you made?
Excuse me, ma'am. You need to
No.
address the
I don't
council.
want to. I wanted to answer
Ma'am,
my question.
Excuse me, ma'am.
My
This is a
question-
public hearing. You can address your questions to the
Okay,
council and
but I want the
administration. We will
question
get your
answered.
answers.
No. I want the question answered. The question is simply, how many people here?
Mr. President,
Ma'am.
I don't see where that's on this ordinance.
Excuse me. Exactly. That is not on the
Thank you.
agenda. Ma'am, you can ask questions to the administration or the
So
sponsor.
I can't ask them.
We are
Okay,
here.
but the answer was no anyway, because nobody raised their hand. So then my other question is, so there was no ordinance, I was made to do XYZ. Who's going to govern this when we get all these things in place? Are we going to elect a new, because this is going to be a full-time job. There's over 65 short-term rentals in Warwick. Who's going to look them up and go and see and check and peek and all that?
So that will be going through the building department and through minimum housing. And it's my understanding that they are prepared to do this. So what's important is I can't do anything to change the past. I can't do anything to have a different result from what you experienced. And you've heard me say it numerous times, it's most unfortunate that that occurred. But what I can do, and I'm attempting to do, is to get regulation on the short-term rentals, to have accountability, to have responsibility, to ensure that those short-term rentals are safe and compliant, such as yours. You did. You stepped up to the plate. You put in the additional parking. You had to dig up some of your front yard to do so. The parking is a requirement of any business. Doesn't matter what your business is, whether it's short-term rental, a law firm, an accounting firm, a home improvement company, a grocery store. You're required to have a certain amount of parking spaces for that business. And if you're going to be in business, then you have to abide by the same rules and regulations that all businesses have. You've done that. You went through the safety inspections. You put up the handrails. You got the smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors. These are all health and safety issues that are now all going to be incorporated in this ordinance. So has it taken a long time? Sure has. Things in government happen to just take a long time. It's a frustration that all 9 of us sit here and deal with, as well as anyone else in government. But we're here today with something that has been talked about for a very long time. This isn't anything new. The amendments are new as a result of the comments from the members of the public. Those comments were all heard, they were all respected, and they were all addressed in this amendment. So we're in a much, much better place today if we get this ordinance passed than we were back in the day when, to my knowledge, there was no ordinance. It was like the Wild West. That's all changed. And what we have in front of us today, I think, is a very, very good beginning approach to the businesses that we have here in the city of Warwick, which are referred to as short-term rentals. Thank you.
Well, I find it interesting that I was held to a standard that wasn't actually a standard. Like, who said, go to Cindy's house and
Mr.
make her do
President, to
this?
the ordinance, we're discussing the ordinance.
Correct. We have to keep it on PCO
Thank you.
4-22.
Okay, I'm not sure what you just said, but, all right, so then my other question, so you don't know who's going to govern it. So where and when will, because I went online today and looked up a bunch of them, so when are you guys going to do that? When are you going to go and do what you did to me? Because the addresses are readily available. I've given you many of them over the years.
Once again, Mr. President, I'm requesting we discuss and the refocus on the ordinance. Any questions like that could be brought through whatever means, but we're discussing the ordinance and going back to 2014.
Okay, so then with regards to the ordinance, can I ask, this, I may or may not be able to, can I ask how many of you have family or friends that have short-term rentals in Warwick?
Ma'am, that is not on PCO 4-22. Do you have any specific questions about the ordinance?
Shocking. Okay, so you don't know when you're going to do it, you don't know how you're going to do it, but you made me do it. It looks like it's time for me to seek legal counsel. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this topic? Go ahead, sir.
Matthew Patty. Matthew Patty. By the way, what did you think that paper said when I first wrote it down? Did you have any guesses? Never mind. I just said, what did you think the paper said when I first wrote my name down? Did you have any guesses? All right. So I have a couple comments. One sort of super serious, and then a couple just questions. The first thing would be, when I was a small child, someone once kicked my dog. So would the city council assume that I have the right to maybe go around kicking others' dogs? I don't know. But the actual question I had was about the parking, because I think that I fully understand the intent of what it is. But if you think about a vacation traveler, right? If you were going to go on vacation, even if you were growing with like 2 or 3 other families and you were renting a big house together, you probably wouldn't rent one individual car or 2 individual cars for everybody who was going to be staying there. So I would think having some common sense parking ordinance makes a really lot of sense, but it might make more sense to tie it to the actual number of cars that are allowed to be there, which is something you can put in Airbnb or VRBO. It also might make sense to tie it to the number of units. Like if you have a 4-unit building on Narragansett Boulevard or whatever, and you need parking for at least, the number of people who might stay there. But as a practical matter, it is a little overkill to think that, if somebody's going on vacation and it's a 3-bedroom house and there's 6 people staying there because it's 3 separate couples or whatever, that they're really going to go out and go to Enterprise Rent-A-Car and rent 6 or 7 cars like that. I mean, that would be one thing to point out just from a common sense legislation standpoint. So when you get into, as some of the members of our group have talked about, bulldozing front yards in neighborhoods to put giant parking lots in, I think some of that comes from the idea that it's like similar to a motel, where everybody's going to have a car, pull in separately. Whereas I think that you could probably make the legislation just either unit count or car count versus equating each body to having a car when they're on vacation. Only other question that I would have would be about the nature of the fines. I mean, it seemed pretty well explained by the councilman that it would be on a per fine basis. So let's say there's one particular person who seeks out Airbnbs and complains about them, that the nature of that complaint might not be credited as highly as a complaint about a legitimate issue, like somebody has a giant party at the house and they're burning things in the front yard or having a bonfire and they're unresponsive when they're contacted. So I would just say that I guess the nature of my question, if it's a poorly framed question, I apologize. But I mean, I guess it would just be a little clarification about the process of how those fines that could then result in banishment would actually play out in like a court situation or whatever. So other than that, I thank everybody for their work. I think that you did engage with their constituents, particularly my friend Bill Gagnier, and most of the things that were of a concern to a lot of these people are addressed. But I do agree with everybody who say that, whatever the process for passing it through is, it's a little hard on short notice to say, okay, we passed it through, and then we go home and we're like, oh crap, what does that say? You know what I mean? We missed that. So that's all. Just thanks to everybody else. Nobody needs to answer the question about kicking dogs, but the other questions I would respectfully submit to the council.
Thank you.
My name is William Fuchs. I'm a stakeholder. 3 questions. First off, in reference to the postponement about a month, just to have some stakeholders have some input, I would suggest that because many of us were never contacted. This is pretty good. I'm not going to argue about that, but I know I stopped down the planning department. We talked to them a little bit. Secondly, from past history, just because I started in 1966, I'm trying to figure out the notice of, on page number 1, local representatives. If we went to an LLC and now your owner's out of state and your local representative is an attorney, could the owner's name also be accompanied in the LLC if they're doing Airbnb? Just a question I'm asking. It can be addressed later. And does our current zoning laws have an appeal period if somebody obnoxious, a neighbor just complains about something, is there an appeal period that we can come and speak to everybody about it?
Okay. So I want to give time for, legal judgments on specific questions and stuff like that. These will go to municipal court. And that's one of the things that we did address, or the amendment does address. It kind of gives the judge a little more leeway. So I don't want any legal questions and stuff like that. I want to put the solicitor on the spot to make a concrete thing, but we will get those answers. And again, this is the first step in the way. So thank you very much. Next up.
Hi, Angela Stamoulis, 292 Seaview Drive. I agree with everything that Matt and Bill mentioned. First of all, I want to thank everyone. I was absolutely frightened when I reviewed the first version, and I can see that everybody wanted to listen and really try to make a difference and have our voices heard. And I appreciate, it was very evident the work that you all did, and I really do truly appreciate it. A couple of things that really, in a very quick view of this, the things that jumped out is the parking issue. Again, like Matt mentioned, most of the people that are coming, most of them are traveling by plane, or they're all kind of getting in one car. And I've never had more than 2 cars. I have a 3-bedroom unit. I have never had more than 2 cars. 90% of the time, it's a single car. So by definition, I would have to have like 6 parking spots, and it just would not make it possible for me to continue. I appreciate the registration, the focus on safety and responsibility. I appreciate that because it helps me as an Airbnb owner. I did have under item 510.9, owner's obligations. Some of these become a little bit difficult with the Airbnb platforms. There's no way for us to attach these things. We can have the amendments or whatever the rule is as part of our policies that are published. But we can't really do attachments, and we have no way of really requiring a license plate and all these details. The platforms don't really work like that. So if somebody could just dig into a little bit what is usable in those platforms, I understand. And I mean, I know Airbnb verifies, but they don't share the licenses with us. They have to show them the licenses. So if some more clarification so that we can actually use those platforms. And then lastly, on 510.10, I understand the intent of this paragraph. I would love to, if we're going and we're paying a permit fee, rather than, I don't want to be a conspicuous business or whatever. I'm trying to create a quaint cottage, kind of a higher end type of feel. If when we get a permit, maybe there's a sticker that's issued that the police and whoever's doing these inspections can easily see if we qualify. If it's something discreet and not, I don't want big kind of things on my windows. It just downgrades the property. If we're issued a permit, so everybody who's trained to make sure that people are registered or regulated can recognize that sticker, and it can be, that would be kind of fine. The same thing with my, I don't know that I want my phone number in big, huge public view. If there's some kind of discretion that can be offered so that to protect the owner of the unit as well, while still allowing the law enforcement to have the information they need. So again, I can't thank you enough for listening and really taking this seriously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Mita, 180 Shadowbrook Drive. I'm here as a resident, a constituent, but also as a member and chair of the Government Affairs Committee for the Kent Washington Association of Realtors, and also as kind of a subject matter expert as the owner of some Airbnbs not in the city. So as a resident, I want to express a lot of appreciation for the work that went into this. As a member of the Association of Realtors, we tend to favor property rights and owners' rights, and err toward the side of more freedom, less regulation. But this is a phenomenon that is fairly new to the culture and has a lot of ramifications for a lot of stakeholders. So really appreciate all the work that has gone into contemplating how we deal with this as a city. And the fact that it, to date has not been rushed and appears to have come as a result of a lot of communication with stakeholders. So that's very much appreciated. Just a few things that, that jump out to me. Again, the parking, particularly in multifamily structures, but I would agree that it's a little onerous and maybe needs to be talked about a little more. I assume we have other ordinances on the books that could be enforced that don't necessarily need to be a part of this ordinance, but could be taken into consideration as a violation, certainly. And so there's some teeth there that exists outside of this ordinance. The zoning as well, I agree with some of the counselors who expressed, some concern with prohibiting in the intermodal district, the gateway district, as places that probably, I believe, do contain some single-family residences, and definitely appreciate, again, the idea of learning as we go, as the director mentioned. But I think that learning by prohibiting, I think you're limiting what you might learn. So I think starting out by allowing and moving further into prohibiting if that seems to become necessary. I've got a question about the ADUs. Those are already prohibited as rental units. Is that correct? The accessory dwelling units, the accessory dwelling family units, were line 21, page 3, 510.2, not eligible for short-term rental, accessory family dwelling units.
Do you know on that one?
Sorry.
Yeah, there was some changes made to the accessory dwelling unit ordinance on a state level that were kind of unnerving. So we wanted to state that this is not that. Some of those changes that are going on with the ADUs, you could argue that they can rent them to anybody now, the way they've changed the state law. So we just wanted to call that out and make sure that short-term rentals are not ADUs, to make a distinction there.
So I think, with some of the concerns going on in the state, and that's probably a result of the very real and grave concern about affordable housing. And so my thought would be, if it's allowed by law, then to allow it in the ADUs, because again, it's more housing stock, so less regulation, putting more housing stock in the available pool is going to help with affordable housing. So that's all. I would leave that part out. And then as the last speaker mentioned, the automobile, collecting information about the automobiles, the platforms do a very good job of verifying the identity of renters. I don't know that would even, I don't know that asking that would be in line with their policies and procedures. I would be happy to volunteer someone who is placed on these platforms, but not in Warwick, to, kind of go through that and help look at that. And then event locations. I'm not sure if that, the wedding venues and things like that, I'm not sure what the thinking behind that is, but if there are residential units or, bedrooms or whatever that are usable, I think that, again, is just kind of a little prohibitive and over-regulating a little bit. But again, I don't know what the thinking behind that was. So all of that together, I guess, to present a thesis here, it would be that I do kind of like the idea of continuing to move slowly with this. And, as my own councilman mentioned, he doesn't love receiving this 5 minutes before. Obviously, the reason for that is there was a lot of work that went into it, but I wouldn't love seeing him vote on it.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Okay, I'm done. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
He's a little taller than I was. I'm Bill Gagnier again, and I'm very happy to see the changes that you've done, Mr. Lassiter. It's really helped out quite a bit. I've done a lot of digging on all of these issues here, and again, I want everybody to understand that I do represent a lot of people who have a very big stake in this. We are all stakeholders here. Everybody in this room that's a Warwick citizen is a stakeholder here. The first suggestion I'm going to make is this be tabled. We continue this like we were suggesting to go forward into January and really get this detail. There are a few more details. And like I said, the last time we were here, we're this close. We're so close to this being good for the communities. The way it was originally done, it left out most homeowners and unreasonably restricted them. I've had a chance to speak with several of you, not all of you, only because it's taken the last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, and actually to get enough information to really make an informed decision on this and to project what my constituents, the people that are in my group, what their needs are also. I just want to point out a few things, and I appreciate all the work that's been done, but we need to be a part of the rest of this. We're close to the finish line here. We need to be a part of this, and we really should be. You'll get a lot from our involvement, and we're going to add a lot of value to this. As I've already indicated, the ordinance originally didn't work. It contradicted mostly the Warwick Comprehensive Plan as it was written. It was a few years ago it was written, but a few of the stated goals was to incorporate some type of businesses into the neighborhoods, support the development and sustainability of those businesses. This is a business in Mr. Lassiter's terms, but it's also a single-family home rental in most cases. It's something that we never contemplated before. It has to be looked at differently. There are new definitions, and I think the situation that Cindy had was there was an interpretation from an old definition that was trying to be used in a contemporary time. It can't be done. This is our chance to really set the pace for the rest of the state as to how this can be done. We should be very proud to be at this point. A lot of the talks that I've had with some of you have to do with homelessness and the unavailability of homes. Warwick has a unique situation where we've bulldozed almost 1,900 homes to make room for the airport extensions. A lot of people don't understand that, and that has made an impact that has horrible consequences. We're still living with that. So that's never been really addressed up to this point. But I just want to make it clear that short-term rentals are not the problem here. We as Warwick have our own unique issues that we need to deal with. And this is a Warwick issue. This is not Newport. This is not Jamestown. But we can take snippets from here and there to make this perfect for us. I wanted to also say that part of the comprehensive plan had Warwick population going down. It's actually going entirely the opposite way. And the housing situation, it just makes things worse than it could have been. So my point tonight is that this is headed absolutely in the right direction. I would like this to be tabled and to have representatives from our group, from the communities, the neighborhoods, be part of the process moving forward. 60, 90 days, we'll have, even by next month, we'll have this thing taken care of. But I think it's to everyone's benefit that we work as a team. You bring us into this process because we were left out up until we just heard about the ordinance coming through. We're the experts in the field at this point because we've been working at this for years in the fields, basically. So we can add a lot of value to this and make this what it should be. There's a lot to be done on it, but we're very, very close. I think if we do that, if we table it and we move forward, there's a lot of different areas of this that need to be defined. There's things that weren't brought up that I think should be brought up that actually people would think are a little bit more restrictive, but would serve the community better. And we want to be able to present those in a timely fashion that you can all make an informed decision as to this is the correct way to go through. So, and once again, go ahead, Mr. Foley. Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that my speech here is reflecting what the group wants to see also. So I just want to make sure that, I'm still in that realm. So yeah, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll let the next person speak.
Okay, great.
Council gets
Thank
another
you.
opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Langell, 35 Fairhaven Avenue in Ward 5. I do agree with some of the sentiments tonight that there needs to be more work on this, although I approach it from a very different perspective. I think that this amendment is a step back from what we need to be thinking about in terms of protecting our most vulnerable citizens in Warwick. In our last city council meeting, I was very surprised to hear a wide variety of comments, and one that keeps coming up is this idea of property rights, and this idea that of less regulation, those kinds of things. The reality is that it's a both and. Yes, we have rights, and we live in a community. I can't do whatever I want to my house. If I want to make an improvement, I submit a permit, I pay a licensed contractor to do the work, a city person comes and inspects it and signs off on it. And this is to protect not just my house and my family that lives in my house, but it's also to protect my neighbors, because my house falling down is bad for my neighbors. So I think the argument of this being some kind of encroachment on property rights or individual rights is a bit of a red herring. In terms of the data, I think it's very interesting because there is a lot of economic data that we could be talking about tonight. A 2019 analysis from the Economic Policy Institute found that the economic costs Airbnb imposes likely outweigh the benefits. While Airbnb might suppress the growth of travel accommodation costs, these costs are not first-order problems for American families. Evidence suggests that the presence of Airbnb raises local housing costs. The potential benefits of increased tourism supporting city economics is much smaller than commonly advertised. Property owners do benefit from Airbnb's capacity to lower transaction costs of operating short-term rentals, but the beneficiaries are disproportionately high-wealth households. The shift from traditional hotels to Airbnb leads to less reliable tax payments to cities. City residents likely suffer from Airbnb when Airbnb circumvents zoning laws that ban lodging businesses from residential neighborhoods. And because Airbnb is clearly a business competing with hotel lodging, it should be subject to the same taxation regime as hotels. And I would add the same labor laws that also regulate those businesses. A recent study from the Wharton School found that, quote, while the total supply of housing is not affected by the entry of Airbnb, Airbnb listings increase the supply of short-term rental units and decrease the supply of long-term rental units. The Tepper School of Business at Carnegie Mellon in 2021 confirmed these findings, noting that, quote, Airbnb units expand market, but reduce long-term rentals, including affordable housing, end quote. Finding, among other things, that local jurisdictions should not only regulate this market, but consider applying taxes that, quote, reduce the fraction of total host profits earned by economically advantaged hosts in order to maintain social equality, end quote. These are business schools. These are highly rated business schools. that have done extensive modeling and economic analysis. So the question for me is not whether or not the Airbnb model should be regulated. It is obvious that it should be. The more difficult reality is that Airbnb has evolved beyond its original model, from allowing folks to rent out an unused bedroom or a remodeled basement to earn extra income, to investors purchasing properties to convert into short-term rentals, driving up the cost of living for families on the margins, while also increasing pressure on a housing market already woefully short on supply. On any number of issues that have been debated at this city council the past few years, I watch from home usually, so that says all you need to know about me. A common and recurring theme is about the cost of living and its impact on low-income families, disabled veterans, and seniors on fixed incomes. Folks who are directly impacted when access to long-term rentals becomes scarce and when the cost of living is artificially raised by these kinds of economic activities. So I would agree, and even though I know that I'm holding a position different from many in the room tonight, and I appreciate that, I would agree that we need further conversation. We need a much deeper dive into the economics of the situation. And I think we also need to ask ourselves some ethical and moral questions. Ultimately, for me, I think we can find a both and approach to this. I don't like to do either or thinking. I think we can do both and here. And I hope that if there is an opportunity to include more people in how we develop this process, that will expand beyond a group of people who have a financial investment in the model, to include the many, 67,000 adult residents who live in Warwick. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please come up.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for listening to us tonight and discussing this matter. It's very much appreciated. And I just wanted to kind of just get up here and reiterate some of the topics that have been discussed tonight, as well as a few items that have been proposed in the amendment. I just wanted to reiterate that we are discussing Warwick and Warwick only, not the rest of the country or the world. As much as I can appreciate that there are concerns with housing shortages, as it's been mentioned, there are roughly, say, 70, 75 Airbnbs currently out of 35,000 single homes within Warwick, which equates to 0.2%. So currently in the market, Airbnbs are a very small population, of which are single homes. It's our home that we have one property, and we rent it out when we're not using it. So it's not that we would rent it long-term, and we're not taking away from anybody who is looking for long-term housing or affordable housing. The studies that were discussed earlier are in regards to Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York. Those studies have also been read by members of our group, and I think that maybe something that we could look into is something similar that Florida looks into, where when we do a permit system, we can limit those permits. So if you have to apply for them yearly, maybe we keep that at a percentage that's acceptable to the community. I believe it was brought up in the last meeting that Newport's percentage is around 8% of the population, which is obviously a lot greater than what we have here. And Warwick is unique. I also just wanted to mention that there was an article that came out in July of 2022, and it's the Warwick hotel occupancy that soared to 82.4%, and quote, the highest rate of any time in recollection. And that's from Adamo, the president and CEO of Providence Warwick Visitors Convention Bureau. So the discussion that Airbnbs are taking away from hotel occupancy in Warwick is null. The occupancies have actually been greater since the pandemic has recovered. And as I mentioned, we make up a very small percentage of the population, which do not affect the hotel industry. I think that when we look at the amendment, we can all decide, as much as I appreciate all of the terms that have been discussed, and I really think that it's a very good start, as Bill mentioned. I think a lot of us are very happy with how in the direction it's going, but that we should have more conversation around certain items and definitions. Specifically, as it has been mentioned, the parking situation, I do think that that is very limiting, and I believe that should be looked at in greater detail. Also, the local representation, excuse me. I do believe that there should be representation with the definition of that. There are, say, someone who's traveling or something. If you have someone that's local, or even an electrician or a plumber, all of us have people that we would call in the event of something happening, regardless of where the owner is. But I think that there should be a definition in here that you do have to respond to any incident at the property within 1 hour, or in a very short term. And then I think the last thing that I wanted to say is everyone keeps saying that short-term rentals are a business. And I understand that there are investors that come in, buy a bunch of property, and are renting them out elsewhere in the country. That's not the case necessarily. At least the majority of us, 99% of us, are all residents of Warwick, and have a stake in this community. But I feel like we're being a little singled out in comparison to long-term landlords and renters. I think that some of these stipulations with having the units being having inspections coming yearly, I think that that should apply to all rentals, not just short-term. I think there's a lot of issues with safety of long-term just in our own neighborhood. There's properties that look run down and they're rentals, and unfortunately, there really isn't a lot of action that many people can take versus this, the criteria that short-term rentals are going to be held to at that standard. So I appreciate your time, and would really hope that you would all consider revisiting this, tabling it, and working with our group to really make some of these provisions in the current amendment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Corvesi. Well, first of all, I want to say I agree with Jackie and Bill and everything that they said. I talked to some of the councilmen here, and I had high hopes that you would make a lot of changes that were needed, and I appreciate the work that went into this. You did a much needed job of cleaning this up, and I think it stands pretty good. Like Bill had iterated, a little bit more work, and we'll get there. The only other thing I'd like to bring up is, there's a lot of talk how, now I'm just going to bring up my situation. So, we say there's 70-something people here that are doing Airbnb. I'd say there's a small representation here. Maybe we got a quarter. For me, I rent my property when I can to make extra money. It's, part-time job for me. And that's why I'm doing it. And I know I'm not the only one. So I just want you to keep that in mind. Thank you.
James Martin, thank you. First off, I'd like to say thank you for, like everybody else has already expressed, how they feel as though you guys are taking this as consideration for we have a voice, and I do appreciate that. A couple of concerns. One of them, I know it was, I'm going to reiterate it a little bit about the fact that I feel like we're being held to a certain standard where you don't
put other property owners to, whether it be multifamily dwellings or single-family housing, and you're asking from us to comply with registrations, permits before you issue a certificate of occupancy, which I'm fine with when you have big businesses like hotel chains and you have, nightclubs and everything else of that nature. I completely can understand how that would be an issue. But if a home is, let's just say a home is wide from the 1920s or the 1950s, and that home passes I purchase and I sell that home or whatever, and that home passes from a mortgage to come in or a building inspector to come in, and the house is adequate for occupancy, how does that change for a short-term rental owner to own that home and have to comply by those stipulations that are addressed in some of these amendments? And I'm all for having a home that's safe with whether it be guardrails, fire alarms, smoke suppressions, CO2 monitors. But if you have a battery-operated CO2 versus a hardwired one, in order to take a house completely and gut it from stem to stern, open up and rerun all wiring to add hardwired smoke alarms, if that wasn't an issue when that home was built, then that house meets those zoning and building inspection requirements. Is that correct? So my other question is what is zoning? Zoning was issued for a person that would live in a residential community, and they wanted to avoid the pollutants of an oil refinery or a big industrial complex, something that's going to be put on the side of them. And I understand that zoning, but I feel as though zoning is becoming an outreach of taking away more of land rights that these property owners have. So I looked through some of these different areas where we have yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, where we're deciding or not through the committee on and of where it's acceptable to have a single family residence, because that single family residence, remember, has not changed from a single family residence. We didn't add multiple beds. That's not a bed and breakfast anymore. That's not. We didn't change the dynamics of that, what that home was. That home, tomorrow, I could take and sell my short-term rental, and I can be a single-family residence, and I don't have to do anything. I didn't change anything to that house. That house is still a single-family residence. I just feel as though we're trying to identify something that it's not. It's still the same thing that it has always been. Nothing has changed. And like, again, I appreciate each and every one of you taking the time to review this and amend this ordinance. A lot of people, this is whether or not you say, it's a business and it's their livelihood or so forth and so on. Some of these people are really relying on, that little extra source of income. Like, I have friends of mine that are disabled, and they're relying on that little source of income to help them with moving forward and keeping that going. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Are there any additional people that haven't had an opportunity to speak that would like to speak? Okay. Sure. So just, we have to put everything on the mic. So he is going to speak on behalf of an individual who can't speak at this time.
It's,
So
Jerry
go ahead.
Galashaw. And I'm Bill Gagner again. A couple of things. First of all, Jerry wants to thank Mr. Lattisertz. It's not easy to look back on, when you have a hard stance on something, we understand it's not easy to look back on it and to really look into these things and change. So it's very much appreciated on that side. Jerry wanted to say that, and also that in order to do some of these rentals to people, you always have to do some upgrades to your home. And in many cases, and this is where we were educated coming into this business, we all have to do something. We all have to make upgrades, and there's many things that we do. And in some cases, and Jerry, you had mentioned to Cindy Wilson that, it's $100,000 in some cases to do the upgrades. We're improving these properties. They're getting better. The neighborhoods are better. And we're in the neighborhoods. We're the neighbors. And so it's something where we're very much aware of that. And, one of the speakers just recently said about, this is about the neighborhoods. We're improving them, and we're part of that value added to the neighborhoods when we do this right. One of the other responses that I wanted to talk just briefly about is that the fellow and listing some of the Wharton School reports and such. I looked at some of those and very interesting. I'm glad you brought those up because they bring up a lot of points. But I have to say that we should be bringing up the points. Some of those are the same as the people we should be listening to are the people in Rhode Island. We have different problems than New York City. We have different problems than Los Angeles. We have different problems than San Francisco. The National League of Cities has made an excellent report that I put in my reference on some of the emails that I've sent out. The Rhode Island League of Cities and Towns, another excellent resource for this is Rhode Island-based information. It's not based on algorithms or anything like that. It's based on real-time information that we can actually go to those towns and find out. They have a lot of great suggestions there. Strig, the Strig group down in Newport, had a great report also. It's the short-term rental investigatory group that had a great, there's dozens of these reports that have been done in the last few years, so we can get really a contemporary view as to how to deal with, how did they do this? We come up with different laws, but we should start the process, and that's why I said to table this. We'll continue on. We've got some great ideas and more resources than we've had before. And Ed, you've been working on this for many, many years. There's so much more information now that really we can test by looking at some of these other towns here. So I just wanted to say that I have read some of those reports. The Carnegie Mellon one actually is one of the ones that I started reading into. Some of these reports are very long, but in general terms, they may apply, but we're not Los Angeles. We're not San Francisco. There's other problems here, and that's why I brought up the airport situation, that, we're living with that legacy now, and this is part of the solution to make sure we have an equitable base for people to make a living here. And anybody can do it, even if they're renters. They don't have to be a homeowner. You have a completely brand new way of making a good living and contributing to your neighborhood. So that's all I have to say. I have a lot more to say, obviously, because I want it continued and to be part of the process here. So I've tried to send some of the copies out. I don't know if I reached everyone with all of the points that we had on the last ordinance. But the amendment, I've got a few comments on already, and we do need more time. We can't really make up our mind. So if you could table it, we'll bring it to the next meeting, and we'll all be happy with the result then, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Greer Gagne. This will be very quick. I think the amendments are definitely moving in the right direction, and I really appreciate the work that went in to do that. I just wanted to address a couple of things that I think would need further to be further looked at. The home addresses and the vehicle registration for the renters. We already require, and so do the short-term rental platforms, to get the phone number, the email address, and a lot of other information from them, like verifying their identification. I think getting a home address would be kind of an invasion of privacy, in the vehicle registration as well. We do ask our guests personally for some of their vehicle information, but I think that needs to be further looked at. And then the other thing is the exterior postage of the copy of the permit. I think in order for us to blend into the neighborhood and not be and not stand out. I think an interior postage would be better. So if you could just consider that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to be heard on PCO 4-22 at this time? Okay, thank you. If I can make a recommendation to my colleagues on the council, I believe we have heard from members of the public. I think that they expressed that they like PCO 4-22 as amended that we're discussing tonight, much better than was originally presented. So what I would recommend is that has been moved and seconded. I would recommend that we take a vote on that, which then makes this the new ordinance. And then we open it back up if individuals have amendments or comments to make on any changes they want to make. We're making changes off of this, not going back and forth between two different items. So that's my recommendation to the council. Everyone has this. We've been all speaking on this specific thing. In order to make that the new amendment, we need to vote on that. So it has been moved and seconded. That would be my recommendation. Then after it is voted as amended, that's the new document we're working off of, and then we open up discussion for any amendments from there using this as the new jumping off point. Councilman? Okay, so is there any discussion on this latter's amendment at this time? No, okay. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCO 4-22 as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Snappy? Yes. Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to amend.
Okay, so procedurally, we are now all working off of this document. This is the new ordinance that we are all discussing at this time. So any amendments or comments are being discussed on this new item. Councilman Sinapi.
Could I make a suggestion for a 5-minute recess to finish hashing out? I got a handful of them between myself and another, and that way we can finalize the verbiage rather than kind of winging it.
Well, we've been doing it all up in public here. I think we should continue hashing it out.
I mean, I can list it out and whatnot,
Before we take a vote, we could do that, but I think we should. Solicitor.
If you have a few simple ones that you want to roll into one omnibus and then come back to anything that requires more technical language, I think we can attempt it and see where we go.
All right, so we can do, let's see here. First, we have page 5, lines 16 through 28. My proposal would be to remove everything there and insert, if determined necessary by the building official, comma, additional parking shall be provided in accordance with the instructions of the building department, period.
Could you repeat that, please?
Page 5, lines
Slower.
16 through 28, removing everything there and inserting, if determined necessary by the building official, comma, additional parking shall be provided in accordance with the instructions of the building department, period.
Is there?
So Councilman Sinapi, just please expand on that, just what you're thinking on that amendment, eliminating that and putting this in just in plain English. What are you looking for in that?
So my purpose of this is because we're not mandating owner occupied anymore. Normal residence already has parking, and if the residence is being rented out, whether it be in whole or in part, the parking for such already exists. So to force additional parking by default just seems unwarranted to me. However, there may in fact be situations that do warrant it, and I want to make sure the building department maintains the authority and ability to address those situations as they come up without having to do a blanket rule across the board that will catch a lot of people that it's not applicable to.
So we're going to take each one individually. So is there a second to discuss this? Second by Councilman Foley. Yes. Can we have someone from the administration? I want to make sure you guys are be able to be heard on these amendments. So this is planning or building. We'll have the councilman again, Councilman Sinapi, if you let the director know what the amendment is, and we'll get his thoughts on that.
Sure. Again, it's page 5, lines 16 through 28, and it will remove the current requirements for parking and instead make it so that if determined but necessary by the building official, additional parking shall be provided in accordance with the instructions of the building department. So it's basically just if there is an issue, you have the ability and authority to do something about it, but unless and until an issue arises, there's nothing that needs to be done.
Director, and if you could just identify yourself for the record.
Thank you. That makes sense because you're absolutely right. Homes already have a paved driveway, usually 4 cars. And if there are issues that we notice or we get complaints on, we can address it at that point. So I have no issue with that.
Okay, so he was supportive of it is the general gist. Okay, Council Senate, any other comments on this particular one? No?
Not that particular one, no.
Councilman Gephardt?
Yeah, I fully support this change in language. I think while well-intentioned, what is currently in 510.10 is sort of a one-size-fits-all for situations that likely will have some variability to them. So putting the power in the hands of the building official to make a determination, especially upon there being some sort of issue or sort of a unique circumstance, I think is an efficient and effective way to deal with this. So I plan to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks.
So while this amendment is certainly well-intentioned, I think that it's going to open up a big can of worms. And I think that, well, for starters, I think that it's a solution in search of a problem. I understand that many folks, when reading this, they think, oh my God, parking restrictions, I'm going to have to dig up my whole yard. But those cases are not going to be the norm here. I'll give you an example. So my house was built in the year 1950. It's in an A7 zone. Square footage for the whole lot is barely over 7,000 square feet. Practically speaking, I can fit 5 cars in my driveway plus a car in the garage. So for a 4-bedroom house, that's 6 parking spaces, effectively, which more than complies with the requirement for 1 per bedroom, and then when necessary, the building official has the authority to require 1 additional parking space. So whether it's 4 or 5, I'm in compliance right there. However, if one reads further and sees that, oh, each of these parking spots have to be 20 feet in length, 10 feet in width, then the off-street parking for my property is actually more like 4 parking spaces. So one can see how it's cutting it a little bit close. But then if you read on, you are allowed to count frontage that is on-street parking towards meeting that requirement. So looking at legal spaces, say using my own house as an example, which is on a corner lot, therefore I have less frontage that would qualify than most, I would still add a couple of extra spaces. So just taking a look at typical neighborhoods, single-family houses, this is not going to harm single-family houses, even those with, say, 4 bedrooms, even those on corner lots. It's not going to be one of these situations where so long as you can fit 2 cars side by side, even in driveways that were constructed way back in the year 1950, I don't see the practical concern where we're really going to run into issues here. Where this would be an issue is if somebody has a 3-family, 4-family house where maybe they have only, say, 3 off-street parking spaces, and then say they have limited frontage, so you only can get a couple more off-street, or rather on-street parking on there. But honestly, if you have a 3 or 4 family unit with a small driveway and limited frontage, well, maybe that is the exact kind of situation that we should be concerned about. Maybe some of those 3 or 4 family units are better meant for long-term tenants as opposed to renting them all out as short-term rental units, and then inevitably having a whole bunch of people parking all over the street. And as we are on the city council all very familiar with, we do get calls about these parking and traffic situations. So I think that the language in the Lattiser Amendment is actually very well tailored already. It already provides some discretion to the building official. It already provides a great amount of flexibility where the frontage can be counted to satisfy the property owner's requirements. I think that the Lattiser Amendment on parking strikes a very good balance. And if we simply remove all of that language and leave it up to the discretion of the building official, then we're opening ourselves up for situations where you have someone making a decision without having this statutory guidance, and then you end up with situations, and I'm certainly not saying that any of this would be, any of these criticisms would be valid, but where you have situations where the ordinance provides a great deal of discretion, people, constituents, members of the public often look at those and find ways to criticize, saying, why was discretion allowed in one circumstance, but not this other circumstance? So for all of those reasons, having objective criteria like this is preferable to not. Thank you.
Just as a point of clarification, on page 4, section 510.4, subsection C, as part of the registration and inspection process, my proposed amendment does not remove the review of the property, and specifically, as pertinent to the amendment, the assessment of the off-street and on-street parking spaces available. So if, in fact, the property in question being rented was Councilman Ricks's property, as part of the inspection process, it would be seen, wow, they have XYZ amount of available parking, and then that could be one of the times with which the building department decides additional is necessary. And given that the building department is rather familiar with what is and what is not necessary for parking, I'm more than happy to cede that discretion to them, especially when things are going to change over time. Certain houses, depending on their quality or content, might end up being rented by more people than the norm. And so allowing the building department to have that discretion as needed makes more sense than kind of being the heavy-handed approach.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think Councilman Ricks has made some very good points in support of the current language. And I'm going to read one section here. It is in 510.8, section B, line 23. It says, where the required number of off-street parking spaces cannot be provided on said lot, then legal on-street parking spaces along the frontage of said lot et cetera, et cetera. Now, I would just remind everyone here, we've just gone through this major exercise about parking on public access areas. And that exercise was created because of various people objecting to people parking in front of their house. We can't have our guests park in front of our own house because other people are parking there to use public access. We just went through a significant exercise on that. This language in this area right here, I think it's pretty well spot on. And as I said earlier, as a business, whether you call it rental income or however you term it, short-term rentals is a business. And we are all obligated to abide by certain regulations when you have a place of business. Now, whether you own the building or you rent the space, there's requirements for parking. I think this is actually very considerate. When you consider, it says when required off-street parking. That means your driveways. When you do not have enough space available in your driveway, then legal on-street parking spaces along the frontage of said lot is allowable. Legal off-street parking. We talk about the amount of bedrooms versus the amount of cars. And I'm actually quite surprised that this parking thing has become the issue that we have right now, because we've heard numerous members of the public testify that people come here and they only rent one car. They're not coming here with, a half a dozen cars. And when a family goes to short-term rental, you have 4 or 5 people going to that short-term rental. They're not taking 4 or 5 cars. If they're a family, they're going as probably in one vehicle. So to say that this particular item should be relaxed to put the onus of subjective enforcement on the building official, I don't think that's fair. And that, in fact, is what we would be doing, with all due respect to Councilman Sinapi's proposed amendment, is creating a subjective enforcement at the discretion of the building official. The language that is proposed here, I think, is very reasonable. If you have a 2-bedroom home that you're going to use as a short-term rental, among other things, you're going to be required to provide the proper parking. It's simple. You're just required to have proper parking. Just as we said, you can't park in this area for public access, but we're going to designate 2 parking spaces. And by the way, in some places, we said, no, we're not going to do that because there is no room to park. I think that this is a very fair change in this. It's fair to those individuals that are running the business of a short-term rental. And we can't lose sight of the rights of the abutting property owners for these short-term rentals. They also have rights. We haven't spoken about that. We haven't spoken about the rights of the neighbors. So I think this, in its current form, it puts out there by when determined necessary by the building official, it provides for off-street parking when legal. I think this is very reasonable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on this amendment from the council? Councilman McElroy.
I make a motion that we hold this PCO.
All right. You want to go through the, we have a couple more amendments, and then maybe get that so we're all working off the same paper going forward?
Okay.
We're gonna need a second if there's a hold. Well, do you want us to vote the amendment first and then?
Well, personally, I think it should be held anyway, so we can do the amendments the next time.
Well, we need a,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it's up to the council. So a motion to hold is now put up. So do we need a second on that? Or hold on one second, we need to get the,
It would need a second. What's that? It would need a second.
do we have a second on the motion to hold? Okay, second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Howe.
Discussion. It's a superior
It
amendment.
goes, so a motion to hold goes before the motion to amend. So now we are discussing the motion to hold. Just clarifying the procedural. So we're just clarifying the procedure. So a motion to hold goes before any motion to amend. So the councilman has made a motion to hold, so now we need to vote on the motion to hold first before we continue discussing the amendment. So we're just going over the procedures at this time.
Councilman McElroy has presented a superior motion at this time, which would be to postpone to a time certain. The assumption being the next formal business meeting. Would that be a motion to January 4th?
Yes.
And is there a second?
Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman Foley. May I make a suggestion that we hold it, if we're going to hold it, we should hold it longer so we have time to work. I mean, we got the holidays coming up. We have inauguration. And then,
You want to hold it to the second meeting in January?
does that work?
It's whatever the motion needs to be.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
if that's my recommendation.
The motion is to the second meeting in January.
All right, do we have a second to hold it to the second meeting of January? Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Foley. All right, any questions on the motion, which is to pause at this time, hold until the second meeting in January? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I will be objecting to holding. We are sitting here again this evening, taking over 2 hours of discussion and testimony on this. At the council meeting last month, we had over 3 hours of comments and testimony, et cetera. In my amendment, I addressed the major issue, if not the only issue, after 3 hours of testimony, which was the owner-occupied. And I withdrew all of the owner-occupied. By holding this tonight, all you're doing is just procrastinating. You're doing it to hold it to another meeting. For what reason? If we move favorable action on the amendment that we have in front of us this evening, it's coming back here January 4th. I'm sorry, the second meeting, the 19th or whatever the date is. And at that time, which is 4 weeks from now, you're going to have a lot of time to defer to your constituents, to consider any amendments that you want to make, to either keep it the way it is or move those amendments. Then it goes back to first passage. And then we're going to be back here again in the second meeting in February for second passage. To simply delay making a decision on what's in front of us now, when we have the opportunity in better than a month or so to make amendments that we deem necessary, that the members of the public perhaps are requesting us to make, doesn't make any sense to me. I'm respectfully asking that that motion to hold be withdrawn. I'm respectfully requesting favorable action on the amendment in its current form to allow all of us additional time to research, to discuss with our constituents, perhaps discuss with the constituents that live around the short-term rentals as well, and propose whatever amendments you feel are necessary at that time. Then we bring it back again for the second vote. That's what I'm respectfully requesting. Thank you.
Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilman Lattisaw. He put a lot of work into this, and not holding it, just passing it and wait until next month. In the meantime, anybody in the public could reach out, give us the corrections that you want to see done. They may become amendments, and then we still have time to fix them in January. Yes, so go back to first passage, and then we still have to do February. That's fine, but we still can get information from them within this month. He did a lot of work in that. We talked for a few minutes. He took in all considerations, and I think the solicitor did a great job as far as walking us all through that whole, PC4, whatever it is. But to hold it, and then we were, like he said, 3 hours last month, 2 hours or whatever it is now, and we hold it, we're going to go through this again for another 2 or 3 hours. And we're going to hear the same thing. I'd rather have them call us and say, well, the parking situation, whatever, and then we can see if we want to work with it. I mean, I'm concerned about my area. I got thin, skinny little streets, and half of them don't even have a parking lot. So if somebody's trying to turn that into one, forget it. They don't have the parking. So, I had some concerns too, but I don't think we should be holding it. I really think we should pass it. We wait next month, we get amendments, fine. We work with the amendments, we go back to first passage. I know, that's how I'm voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand and I agree, Councilman Lattisaw, the solicitor and the department put a lot of work into it. At the same time, I also have received on this topic numerous emails and general sincere conversations, and I'm not taking away from that, but an amended item, a fully amended item was put before us and introduced to us correctly at the beginning of this presentation, at the beginning of this discussion. Now we're discussing amendments on parking, and where I would feel better with the people who are also involved, while I advocate for my residents who are not Airbnb owners, I will also advocate for the people sitting here that are just given this amendment, and now we're saying, okay, well then let's add and change the wording when they're still absorbing the wording that was just put before them. I truly understand and respect the time you put in. I understand what you're saying about we can pass this now. We already took that first step where we agreed to adapt the PCO 4-22 as amended under the Councilman Lattisaw amendments. This is stuff, this will give us, if we can hold this, I personally believe if we hold this, this will give the people who are also invested into this an opportunity to send their information, and then we can present it all at once, or their input. It can be discussed and submitted all at once and uniformly and passed. Then go to second passage. What we're discussing is having it go to first passage, then putting it through here, and then sending it back again anyway, when this can all be discussed and done over the next course of the next month. So that's my input on it. But I do want to say I am very flexible on getting this done. I just want to make sure that all the voices are heard, that, because again, we were just given a document today that we're still trying to digest and understand before we start amending it. Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
I don't know if, oh, there we are. I agree with Councilman Howe. I want to compliment my colleagues on the work they've done on this, the work they've done on the amendment. And the amendment came about because last city council meeting, we listened to the public, we listened to their concerns for 3 hours, and we came up with this amendment, which is a good first step. I listened to the public tonight, and the majority of them have 2 issues. One was the parking, but the second one was they asked us to hold this so that they had an opportunity to give us more input. And so if we're saying we're listening to the public, we're listening to our constituents that showed up tonight, that is why I seconded Councilman McElroy's request to hold.
Councilman Sinapi.
I mean, I don't really mind either way because while I wrote all the language I need for the amendments, I don't mind perfecting it and finding anything else. So I'd move the previous question.
Okay, any other questions? I just want to go to the solicitor here for procedural.
Councilman Sinapi, you're looking to move the previous question to end debate on this, which would put us on the superior motion, which is back on your amendment.
That'd be ideal. That way it's in place and ready for while the hold period, because I don't want what happened already when we showed up and we got the amendment to happen again, nor do I want any version of that. Plus, a lot of these individuals are all watching. They're obviously listening. And so rather than having to wait till it gets posted, potentially weeks from now, with all the other amendments, they can at least digest what they have there.
Just for edification, Councilman Sinapi has moved the previous question, which would end discussion on a motion to hold and bring us back to a vote on the main motion that was before us, which was the amendment regarding parking. This is not a debatable amendment per the Rule 23. Is there a second to Councilman Sinapi's motion? Clerk will call the roll.
So the clerk is going to call the roll on Sinapi's amendment.
A yes vote on the previous question would end discussion and remove the motion to hold and bring us back to the main motion before us, which was the parking amendment.
Okay.
Could you repeat that, please? Repeat that.
A yes vote on moving the previous question, which has been moved by Councilman Sinapi and seconded by Councilman Gephardt, would bring us on essentially back to where we were prior to the motion to hold. It trumps the motion to hold to the next meeting. So this would bring us back to the amendment that was being discussed prior to the motion to hold.
So we're voting right now on Councilman Sinapi's amendment.
Correct. It is moving the previous question. A yes vote is to bring us immediately back to the amendment that was before us. A no vote would be voting to hold the item to the second meeting in January.
All right, the clerk will call the roll.
Excuse me, question? Question. After we vote
Councilman.
on this motion, then we can vote on the motion to hold.
This would bring us back to the amendment. The amendment would be subject to any further discussion, but the amendment and the underlying item, which is now PCO 422 sub A, otherwise known as the Lattiser Amendment, are what's pending. So this is a procedural motion to end discussion and get back to the merits of the amendment that was in place at the time that the intervening motion was made to hold.
This would be Sinapi's.
A yes vote supports Councilman Sinapi's position to continue discussion on amendments.
So are we voting on Councilman Sinapi's amendment for parking? No. Or his amendment to just stop discussion and move to the item?
It is a procedural motion to bring us back to the merits of the item that was at hand.
Okay.
Civics lesson this evening is great.
Any other additional questions? Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
No.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
No.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
No.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Snappy?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
5 yes, 1 no.
Okay, so Solicitor, you will tell us where we're at now.
So we are back on the amendment, which was moved by Councilman Sinapi and seconded by Councilman Gephardt, which would remove the language on page 5, line 16 through 28, and would replace it with language that gives discretion to the building department where additional parking would be required. It would give them the discretion to add that requirement when necessary, rather than the current language that only gives them discretion to add more parking. And the underlying language that is currently in place.
So any additional comments that were not stated before on Councilman Sinapi's amendment? Councilman Sinapi.
Just as a note, anyone can move to hold after the vote. Don't feel like I ended the opportunity altogether. But other than that, I'd like to call the vote.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on Councilman Sinapi's amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
No.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
No.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis?
No.
6 yes, 3 no.
Okay, the amendment passes. So Sinapi still has the floor, correct?
It's in order for any member to.
Any other? Councilman McElroy.
I request to hold this PCO till the second meeting in January.
Do we have a second? Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Ricks. Any questions or comments on this motion to hold to the second meeting in January? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll to hold this item until the second meeting in January.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to hold.
Thank you very much. I just want to commend everyone that's been part of this process. This is government at its finest, debating changes. It was all done out in public. It was, we are getting these amendments at the same time as members of the public. So we really appreciate you coming here and giving your input on not just this topic, on every topic, and reaching out and contacting us. So at this time, PCO 4-22 has been held. We're going back on to the regular order of the agenda, which is executive session of the City Council. I'm going to have the solicitor lead us into that, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Is there a motion from the body to convene into executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42655A2 regarding collective bargaining, Local 2748 International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO?
Motion so moved.
Moved by Councilman Howe, second by Councilman Foley, and Councilman Lattiser. I believe it's a roll call vote?
No, I have a question.
Hold on. It's been moved and seconded. Questions?
So I'll wait till it calms down.
We still have some business to attend, so if we could move the conversations outside, please.
So this question will be going to the council solicitor. My concern with going into the executive session, which at first blush, I thought it was a reasonable idea. in rethinking it and what the restrictions are regarding whatever takes place in executive session, what I need to be sure of is we all set? What I need to be sure of is that any questions that I may choose to ask in this period of executive session regarding this bargaining agreement here, or any answers that I receive to those questions, or any statements that I may make during this executive session, is not going to prohibit me from revisiting those questions, statements, concerns, etc., when the TA comes before us as a council for ratification. I don't want to hear that you can't ask this and you can't ask that and you can't request this and you can't request that, because that conversation took place in executive session.
Okay, we understand what the solicitor.
Without knowing it's hard for me to give guidance on the theoretical unknown, but I think there are certain things that when a formal ratification item is before us may be able to be discussed, and there are others that may be confidential. It's hard for me to opine, but I'm happy to have that follow-up conversation with you regarding any concerns you may have.
Well, the problem is having that conversation later is not going to solve the concerns that I have right now, and we all should have right now. If those minutes are sealed and those discussions that took place during that executive session cannot take place here again regarding concerns, questions, comments, etc.
So there's nothing in our rules that would preclude you from revisiting certain things that are not privileged, let's say, but I can't opine on the specifics. I can provide you guidance that there may be many items that come up. I don't know what's going to come up in executive session, but there are items that will be available to be discussed. There are others that may be privy to the collective bargaining process that we don't want to open a door to negotiating in bad faith, for example. So there may be things that the city solicitor can help provide further guidance on this, but the purpose of going into executive session is to allow for some robust discussion, presentation of information, some of which may be privileged and some of which may not. So unfortunately, I can't provide certainty as to what may or may not be precluded, but the intention is to continue further discussion down the road in open session when the item is formally before us. This is an educational process. It was the intention.
And I think you bring up another very good point where you say you don't know what's going to be discussed in that executive session. This posting on executive session of the city council is very vague. And what is the intent of this executive session?
As clearly posted in compliance with the open meeting laws and under the citation that we're allowed to go into executive session 42465A2. The intention is to go into executive session to discuss collective bargaining with the noted entity, Local 2748.
Regarding the TA?
Anything related to the collective bargaining with that bargaining unit is what's being noticed. We're in collective bargaining. It is intention for the council to discuss accordingly in executive session.
So then we're really rolling the dice in attending this executive session, not knowing if the concerns that we express the statements that we make, the comment, or the questions that we ask will be allowed to come back here on the floor.
And I'm not aware of any specific question without knowing what's in any individual's minds, that it is very likely that many things that everything would be allowed. I don't know. I can't provide that certainty, but I'm not aware of anything jeopardizing your presence, participation from in open session at a later date. Should the item be before us, you're asking any particular question for a fresh discussion, review, presentation, answer from a certain entity. But the discussions that are in executive session, should minutes be sealed, are intended to be confidential. If there is a opportunity to follow up with this in open session, that is I would say, let the open session speak for itself, and therefore review your questions, comments, or things that you would like on the record at a later date, and get whatever answers are from the experts at that time.
So discussions on personnel would be something that would be sealed and not be allowed to discuss on the floor. I'm just using that as an example. I would assume if I ask a question about a fire truck, we can have that discussion on the floor.
We are noticed to go in for collective bargaining. If there is, whatever is in play in collective bargaining is what we are eligible to discuss. Nothing else.
Okay.
The clerk will call the roll. Favorable action to move into the executive session.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gebhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes to move to executive session.
So for the individuals here in attendance and people watching at home, we are moving to the executive session. So the council will go downstairs to meet in executive session. We will then come back after that meeting is completed, and we will finish the agenda before us. Thank you, and we'll see you soon. I bring everyone back to the council meeting. Solicitor Walsh.
The Warwick City Council convened in executive session pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 42, 46, 5A2 regarding collective bargaining with Local 2748 International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO. The only vote taken was a vote to return to open session, which was by unanimous of the membership.
Thank you. At this time, looking for a motion to seal the minutes from the executive session. Councilman Foley. Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman McElroy and Councilwoman Travis. There will be a roll call vote on that. A favorable action is to seal the minutes. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to seal the minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we are back into the regular order on the agenda. We've done roll call, salute to the flag, general communications, executive communications, acceptance of the minutes, Rule 41. We've also addressed PCO 4-22. We have completed the executive session, so we are now on item number 1, the consent calendar. Number 1, PCR 145-22, Committee Report, Finance.
Favorable action?
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Gephardt. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, upon consulting with the solicitor, I'm going to read just the bid numbers and exclude the titles of the bid if there's any issues from members of the council. Thank you. Bid 2023-300, 2023-301, 2023-251, 2023-245, 2023-304, 2023-162, 2023-289, 2023-302, 2023-310, 2023-239, 2023-190, 2023-308, 2023-309, 2023-299, 2023-298, 2023-297, 2023-311, 2023-316. That concludes the.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Are there any questions for members of the council that were not asked earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? Okay, that is the only thing on the consent calendar. So the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the consent calendar.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. The consent calendar passes. I believe one item has been pulled off the consent calendar. Committee report, Finance.
Motion to hold.
Bid 2023-288 is now PCR 147-22. Committee report is to hold
To
to
hold.
January 4th, 2023. We are now moving to unfinished business. Number 1 is PCO 24-22. This is for second passage. Committee report, land use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilman Howe, Councilman Gephardt, Councilwoman Travis. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action on second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage. Number 2 this evening is PCO 25-22, Committee Report, Land Use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action for second passage.
Second by Councilman Gephardt and Councilman Ricks. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage. Number 3 this evening is PCO 26-22, Committee Report, Land Use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action on second passage.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, second passage.
Thank you. Second passage. Number 4 is PCO 4-22. We have addressed that earlier. We are now on number 5, which is PCR 142-22, Committee Report, Public Safety.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Foley.
Move favorable action on the claim for Antonio Otan in the amount of $567.95.
Second by Councilman Howe and Councilman Ricks. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Lattiser? Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, claim passes.
Thank you. Claim passes. We're now moving on to new business. First is PCO 23-22, Committee Report Ordinance. For action, Councilman Lattiser.
Move favorable action on PCO 23-22.
Second by Councilman Howe. Councilwoman Travis. Any questions or comments that were not asked earlier this evening in Ordinance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. First passage of PCO 23-22. Second this evening is PCR 136-22, Committee Report, Public Properties.
PCR 13622, recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Gephardt.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments that were not said earlier this evening in committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on PCR 136-22.
Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, motion passes.
The motion passes, and congratulations, Councilman Gephardt. Very, very, very good. We now have an item that was posted under unanimous consent. Is there any objections to hearing PCR 146-22, a resolution to the Rhode Island Department of Transportation and the State Traffic Commission requesting a traffic study at Scott Elementary School, 833 Centerville Road? Is there any objections from the council at this time to hearing this under unanimous consent? Okay, hearing none, we will now take up PCR 146-22. This was not in committee, so we're going to have Councilman Sinapi, the sponsor. Councilman Sinapi.
This is at the request of the principal of Scott Elementary School. However, his point is valid as far as they believe they need a traffic light there, or at least some sort of mitigation to the issues with trying to pull in and out. Says it's very unsafe. They've had a lot of accidents. And my own experience, like just going to vote there, because that's where my polling place is, I just give up on taking a left and I just take a right, because you could be waiting there basically indefinitely, because as anyone knows who drives on that road, it can be a constant stream, especially at that point in it, because that's when people feel like it's a straightaway and they can just speed back up after sitting at the lights before in each direction. And because it's a state road, it's up to the state DOT to decide what, if anything, they're going to do. So all we can do is hope they make a good call.
So you're making a motion for favorable action?
Yes, please.
Can I get a second to that?
Second.
So Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt. And that stretch just been paved as well, right? So they're really speeding around there, correct? Yeah. So are there any questions or comments from members of the council on this? Councilman Gephardt.
I just have one real quick. So I think the timing is good because we just put in a traffic study for the intersection in front of Tollgate and Diamond Hill in Hardig Road. You put one in at the apartment complex, and then this is a few hundred yards further. So just if anyone can communicate to RIDOT linking those three things together, and maybe there's some cohesive solution they can put in, because I think 3 lights right in a row is probably not the best solution, but there is definitely something in the middle that is probably right. So thank you.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? This was not in committee, so this is the opportunity for members of the public. Anyone have any comments on PCR 146-22? Anyone from the public on PCR 146-22 that'd like to be heard? Okay, it has been moved in second. The clerk will call a roll for favorable action on PCR 146-22.
Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt? Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Ladisa?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you, the motion passes. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent?
No.
Ward 2?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7 passes. Ward 8? Ward 9? Pass. Councilwoman Travis?
If there be no further business at this honorable body, I move to a docket session.
All in favor of moving the docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, we are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
I have two items. One is a amendment to ordinance 601.5, which is residential parking. Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's amended to a zoning ordinance,
Yes.
correct?
Okay. Public properties, but it'll have to get referred to planning for their recommendation first.
Okay, so it will be in public properties.
What was the citation again?
601-5.5, my bad.
601.5. All right. Public properties, land use.
Public properties and land use. And your second one, Councilman?
The omnibus traffic study.
Public safety.
Public safety. Thank you. Ward 2, anything?
Pass.
Ward 3?
Pass.
Ward 4?
Pass.
Ward 5?
Pass.
Councilman Ricks, we believe you have one. Sorry.
The omnibus resolution for congratulations, condolences.
Congratulations and condolences.
That's
The omnibus that we docket.
Yes. Consider it docketed.
Okay. That's
community affairs.
That'll be in community affairs. Thank you. Ward 5, anything to docket?
He said no.
You said no. Ward 6?
Pass.
Ward 7, I have one, the council rules. And intergovernmental. Ward 8? Ward 9?
It is a resolution to rename Dolly Farm the Jesse Dolly Memorial Forest.
Public properties.
Public properties. There is no more business before us. I want to wish everybody happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and we will see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. Good night. Yeah, good